With Councillor Handley. And will join us shortly online. And Councillor Hoban, I think, is on his way in as well. We'll begin
We pray for this influence and for thy spirit to be with us and that this meeting will be productive and very successful. And we say these things in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Will you all please stand? And one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Becky, and thank you, Leanne. We are joined now by Councilmember Hoban and by Mayor Kafusi. Welcome. Our first item will be a quarterly report presented for the first quarter of fiscal year 2025, presented by our Administrative Services Director, John Borgett.
Pull it up. Awesome. Thank you. So I'm pleased to bring and present you the quarterly report for the first quarter of fiscal 2024, which ended on September. And just go next. Let's see, I can get my scroller working here. And the purpose of the report is to provide a council an update of both the revenues and the expenses for the first quarter. And just remind the council that this information is not audited, but the goal is to just provide kind of an update so you can see where we're trending. As you can see here, in an ideal situation, you would be at 25% on revenues and expenses roughly through the quarter. And you can see it on sales tax. We have been running a little bit behind, and we've also had some situations with the State Tax Commission where we've been having some fluctuations, and I've been in conversations with them working through some details. But right now, as we're trending, it's looking like we're going to be, depending on where we're at, but pretty close to a little bit above our actuals, but below our current budgeted numbers. We're anxious to get, when we got the distribution for November, the state and the city was considerably down. And so I contacted the state, and they kind of acknowledged that there was some cutoff issues. And so as we get the December distribution, which we should get around the 20th or 21st of September, we should have a better idea of where we're running. But right now, it's looking pretty similar to last year, and so we're watching it very closely. Our other revenues are trending pretty good. Our transfers are up a little bit, and the overall revenues, other than the sales tax being down some, we're watching that, and so we're watching it closely. This just kind of shows the total general fund revenues, and as you see, for the first quarter, the blue line represents actuals, and the red line represents budget, and so we are slightly below on our total revenues with the budget, but we're above the prior year. And then our transfers in, you can see that we've actually been trending up. We had it's a cold day today, but back in July and August and September, it was very warm, and so that meant that particularly our power bills were up, and that transfer was reflective in the transfer that's listed there. Sales tax, you can see here where currently it does show that we're a little bit behind on from the budget, and also a little bit behind from the prior year, but this was for the quarter. The information I was giving you is more up to date based on through the end of November, and so as I mentioned, we're watching it closely. And then the Recreation, Arts, and Parks tax follows sales tax very closely because it's basically the 1/10 of a percent that's added onto the tax that we collect for our parks and arts. Development services, we actually came out pretty strongly in the first quarter. There were some large projects that happened. As we've seen it, they're still trending up, but not up as much as we were in the first quarter. Franchise fees were just slightly below the budget, but some of that can be timing, but it follows very closely with the transfer. Parks and Recreation is right at their budget. Justice Court continues to trend positively, and so we continue to be very busy, and the use of the Justice Court is heavy. During COVID, we really struggled, but now as we've been having been fully open and operational and no longer have any limitations from the state, we are trending very positive. This just kind of shows the overall summary with the expenditures. That 23% is what we looked at earlier. You can look at the expenditures. We're about 24%, which is about where you would expect to trend. This shows the appropriation. We only had one general fund budget appropriation, and that was for a tax increment for the day's market for $13,743. And then this shows kind of our current status on our innovation projects that we continue to fund, and so just giving you an up-to-date on that. This shows the library, and with the library, one of the important things to recognize is that a large portion of their revenue comes from property tax that we primarily get in November, and so it's kind of hard to really look at their revenues because it really depends on that November distribution, but it does show it there. And then as you look at their operating expenses, they're pretty much trending as you would expect. The golf course had a really good quarter. You can see that they're above their budget and also right at where they were prior year, and so they're still continuing to trend very positively. The water department was also right at budget, trending good. And then wastewater, they are actually a little bit ahead of their budget and ahead of the prior year. And then energy, they're pretty much right on their budget number, but they're above where they were prior year. And then the airport is doing extremely well. You can see the blue there where they're well above the budget and well above the prior year. And as we hear of announcements and of new flights and different things, that just is reflective in their financial statements and their revenues where they're coming. Sanitation is solid, just slightly ahead of the budget. And then storm drain is slightly behind, but very close to their budgeted number. And then the transportation utility is also right at budget. So With that, I'm happy to answer any questions on the quarterly report.
Any questions for John? Thank you, John. We appreciate your work and report.
Okay, appreciate
Helpful
that.
to get this status update. At this time, we'll begin our time for public comment. As indicated on the screen, a required public hearing will be held for certain agenda items prior to council action. After each such item has been presented, time to comment will be provided for all those who wish to speak. For items that do not require a public hearing, public comment will still be taken following the presentation of the item. At this time, up to 15 minutes has been set aside for an open public comment period, which is intended to allow comment on matters that do not appear on the agenda, but are limited to topics regarding municipal business or within municipal council purview. During this time, persons who speak to an item that is on the agenda will not normally be afforded a second opportunity to speak during the comment period specific to that item. During any public comment period, each speaker will generally be limited to 2 minutes. Due to noticing requirements, no formal action will be taken in this meeting on matters that do not appear on the agenda. Those with comments are invited to approach the podium. Those participating on Zoom can use the raise hand feature to indicate they wish to comment, and we will alternate between in-person and online comments. Please begin your comments by stating your name and city of residence. Each comment has 2 minutes. We'll open the public comment at this time. Are there any here who would like to make a public comment? Yes, please approach the podium and share your name and city of residence.
Hello, my name is Susan Anderson, and I have lived in Provo mainly since we built our home in 1990. We've lived in our home. I'm a resident of the Carterville neighborhood. I'm very worried about the fact that the city council is going to raise rates for water. We have about 1/3 of an acre lot, and we have fruit trees, and we raise a garden every summer. And frankly, the water bills we've been paying are very high. And so I would ask you maybe to consider something where it could, if it's going to go up, it could go up a little more gradually than what's been advertised. Just because those of us that are retired, I'm a retired school teacher. I taught for 30 years, 20 of those years in Provo School District. So if you could just please consider raising those rates gradually instead of just a kaboom, I would really appreciate it. And I know my neighbors would as well. One other thing, I know I'm half through my time. I'm very worried because the city now doesn't seem to have enough people to go out and check on properties, especially rental properties. And so if these landlords are already not watering, and I see it all over Carterville where landlords are not watering their properties, what's it going to be like when the rates go up? And so either the city needs to hire a lot more people to go out and force that thing where there's weed abatement, because I know of several properties in my neighborhood where they didn't water all last summer. And so it looks really bad, and they're losing their lawns. They're turning to dirt. So if that could be considered as well, when you consider raising the rates, consider that people are refusing to water right now as it is. Okay? Thank you so much. Appreciate the fact you let me comment.
You're welcome. Thank you, Susan. As a reminder, the water rates issue is on our agenda tonight. There will be a public comment period adjacent to that item in case anyone else wants to speak to that. At this time, is there anyone else who would like to comment on an item that's not on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll close public comment at this time and move and move to our first item. I also want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Craig Christensen, who's joined us online. We have an ordinance, and we have an implied motion on an ordinance creating the airport department. This will be presented by Mayor Kafusi.
Chair Garrett and Vice Chair Whipple, members of the Municipal Council. One of the great stories during my time with Provo City has been the rise of the Provo Airport. A new terminal, 2 new airlines, Provo's first global carrier, and unparalleled partnerships and support have been part of the story. But one of the most exciting parts of the story has been the response of residents. Everywhere I go, people bring up how much they love the airport. With all this excitement, it is time to make the airport its own department. We've discussed this with you several times in the past, and now feels like the right time to do this. The Provo Airport is bigger than any of us. It is a community asset that transcends Provo. Allowing it to function as its own department will give it the independence and organizational support it deserves. Thank you for your ongoing support, and that is my presentation. Let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Any questions for Mayor Kafusi on this creation of the airport department? This item is open for public comment. If any are here who would like to speak to the creation of the airport as its own department. If not, we'll close public comment and call for and call for a vote on this implied motion. Councilmember Bogdan.
Yes.
Councilmember Christensen.
Yes.
Councilmember Garrett, yes. Councilor Hanley.
Yes.
Councilor Hoban.
Yes.
Councilor McKay.
Yes.
And Councilor Whipple.
Yes.
That motion passes 7-0. Next, we have an implied motion on a resolution consenting to the mayor's appointment of the airport director. Mayor Kafusi.
Don't know why I'm getting teary-eyed, but it's just been such a labor of love, and I love Brian, so here we go. Chair Garrett, Vice Chair Whipple, and members of the Municipal Council, I am pleased to recommend a familiar face to be appointed as the Airport Department Director. We've had the opportunity to watch Brian Torgerson serve as Provo's Airport Division Director, where he has successfully overseen the airport's expansion since November 2021. His vision and expertise have played a pivotal role in PVU's rapid success, demonstrating exceptional leadership in overcoming challenges. Brian's dedication to shape PVU's future as a premier regional airport. But Brian's success is not just about leadership, it's about teamwork. He is surrounded by a group of dedicated professionals who share his passion for making Provo Airport the best it can be. His ability to bring people together, inspire confidence, and drive innovation has helped shape PVU's bright future as a premier regional airport. Beyond his professional achievements, Brian is a devoted husband and father. He and his lovely wife, Amelia, have been married for 20 years and are raising 5 incredible children. It's just really cute. There they all are. 3 sons and 2 daughters. Their family life is filled with energy and excitement, especially on the soccer field, where all 5 kids play club soccer and the 2 oldest compete at their high school team. When they're not cheering from the sidelines, they love fishing, camping, and exploring the great outdoors. Brian's passion for aviation extends beyond his work. His entire family shares in the excitement. His kids are always eager to hear what's new at the airport and if there are any new flights on the horizon. For Brian, the airport isn't just a job, it's a family affair, a personal investment, and a lifelong passion. So Brian, thank you for your exceptional leadership. I'm not going to look at him, actually. Your dedication to Provo and for the countless hours you've poured into making our airport's success. I'm grateful for you, your team, and your unwavering commitment to PVU's bright future. So council members, with that introduction, I'm very pleased to submit the name of Brian Torgerson as our first ever airport department director for your advice and consent. I'll answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mayor. Any questions for the mayor? This item is also noticed for public comment. If any would like to offer public comment at this time, such as any of Brian's children. If not, we'll close public comment and call for a vote. Or is there any council discussion on this item?
Only that I think I saw that man right there say that he wanted to come up and speak about his dad.
Yeah, so this is something that we've been talking about for a long time, the creation of the department, and to have Brian come on and move up into the role of the director. And we are so excited. We're so delighted with the airport and with how it's blossomed under your stewardship. So thank you so much.
Councillor Christensen?
So having a chance to serve on the airport board, I get an opportunity to see Brian work firsthand. His leadership, his entire team. This is such a welcomed opportunity. The entire airport team has done remarkable work, including the mayor and her staff, to bring in the asset of this airport, largely funded through grants and other money. So this is such a gift to the citizens of Provo, and I'm delighted to see Brian doing.
Thanks, Craig. Okay, we'll call for a vote at this time. Councillor Christensen?
Yes.
Councillor Garrett, yes. Councillor Hanley?
Yes.
Councillor Hoban?
Yes.
Councillor McKay?
Yes.
Councillor Whipple?
Yes.
Councillor Bogdan?
Yes.
That motion passes 7-0.
Thank you so much. I mean, Brian is amazing and his staff is just as amazing. They're all so dedicated to the success and we couldn't do it without his staff as well. So with that said, this is the fun part. We have Judge Steve Schreiner here, ready to marry him to the city. So we've got our Bible. Come on up, Brian, and bring your lovely wife, and we will do the ceremonial swearing in, and then you have to sign, and I think, is it me or Judge? So come on.
I, Brian Michael Torgerson, do solemnly swear that I will support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and the Constitution of the State of Utah, that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity. Congratulations.
We're going to make him speak. I mean, speech.
Thank you. Mayor Kafusi, thank you for your confidence in me. And Chair Garrett, Vice Chair Whipple, and Council, thank you as well. It's interesting. I didn't expect to have to speak tonight, so this is totally from the hip. And so, so many great opportunities have been afforded to me in my career at Provo City. Just over 14 years now, when I left the private consulting world and decided to, in favor of a better family life, come to a more not stable necessarily, but more predictable schedule. And I've been blessed extremely well since then. just a couple who have been instrumental in my journey at Provo City, first of all. Sorry, goodness. My great friend and mentor, Dave Graves, who's no longer with us, but took a chance on a kid that knew nothing about traffic signals and made him the city's traffic engineer, where I served for 8 years and had many opportunities of sitting in front of many of you in living rooms of people and concerned mothers at schools, and provided an opportunity for me to learn and grow and really get to know what municipal government is all about. And then Mayor Kafusi latched on to me for some reason. I feel, anyway, maybe she makes everyone feel that way. But I appreciate her confidence and friendship. And then Scott, my goodness, what a professional. I've looked to Scott many times in new experiences that Scott has already experienced, and Scott has always been a team player willing to lift those around him, and I appreciate that, Scott. And then my new home at the airport. Many of them are here. Can you guys stand, please? So, as part of this airport team, you have people who aren't noticed. I think I mentioned this. It reminds me, and I'm not going to sing again, but my staff didn't hear this, but Chris Ledoux, you just can't see him from the road. And as long as there's a sunset, these guys behind me and gals will keep riding for the Provo Airport brand. And they do that without fanfare and without recognition, and I couldn't do anything I do, and really the airport would not be where it's at without them. And so thank you to each and every one of you. I knew I would forget somebody. That's the danger of thanking people, but Isaac Paxman as well. Your airport would not be where it is without Isaac, and I wouldn't be where I am without Isaac. And so Isaac, I love and respect you and the role that you've played in my life as well. And now I get to report directly to him. And so I'm excited about learning from him. And most important of all is this girl sitting next to me. She puts up with a lot for sure. And she is committed to this city and to my responsibilities. I remember going to her when Mayor Kafusi asked me to head up the airport 2.5 years ago. And I said, babe, what do you think? And there's no doubt in her mind, at least she didn't indicate there's any doubt in her mind that I could do it. Probably the biggest challenge of my life. And I've grown spiritually, emotionally, and professionally in this journey. And so I appreciate the opportunity to continue that. And hold on, because there's a lot more to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Let's do a picture with our latest and greatest purpose. We're going to do one without kids, and then we'll do one with their kids with us.
Right here. 1, 2, 3.
just trying to get. And then it will. Okay. Go ahead.
Next is an implied motion on an ordinance amending the zone map classification of approximately 1.62 acres of real property generally located at 1122 South, 900 East, from light manufacturing M1 zone to the medium-density residential MDR zone in the Spring Creek neighborhood. This will be presented to us by one of our planners, Dustin Wright.
All right. Thank you very much, council. So yeah, this item is one where the applicant is requesting a rezone on the property where we have outlined here in red that it's currently in the manufacturing zone, which, as you can see here on the left, is the current zoning, the light manufacturing zone. And over on the right-hand side of the screen is our future land use map from our neighborhood plan, indicating a low-density residential zone as the future use there. And so the current zone, the M1 zone, doesn't really fit very well with that. What's being proposed that the applicant's requesting for a medium density is much more in line with what's in our future land use map. And also I did an analysis around the kind of the surrounding properties there as well. So across the street to the east and to the north are other townhome developments that are actually above the LDR zone. So they technically would be in an MDR type of density. So this development would fit well within its surrounding. And the applicant has done a few things to help mitigate some concerns that came up from neighbors, which he's proffering through a development agreement. In that development agreement, he would limit the density to 20 units per acre, which is kind of in the middle area of what's allowed in the MDR zone, kind of right in between the LDR and MDR. And so that would restrict it to 20 units per acre. And also he would propose or proffer to limit the amount of units that could be rented at any given time to 35% of the units. And so that would be through a deed restriction. It would create an HOA that would have to manage that and approve any of those rentals and make sure that we don't exceed that 35%. So those are some unique things that this applicant has proffered to help mitigate those concerns. And so the Planning Commission felt comfortable with that and has forwarded a positive recommendation to the City Council for your consideration on this item. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Dustin. Any questions for Dustin? Councillor McKay.
I think this looks great, Dustin. I just want to clarify that in the development agreement, in perpetuity, only 35% can be rented.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, so that'll be continuous. People sell and buy. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments for Dustin? Councillor Christensen.
Thank you. Dustin, is it possible for you to show us the text of that development agreement where it talks about specifically about the deed restriction?
I have some of the text. If we want the actual development agreement, I'd turn to council staff to see if that's something they can pull up, but
I like that it prohibits short-term rentals too. That's great.
Can you see that, Counselor Christensen, or do you need us to read that?
I can, thank you. I'm just looking for where it says that it's recorded on the deed and it's in perpetuity. That's the language I was looking for.
Counselor Christensen, so right there in 4A, it says record a deed restriction.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay.
Yeah, and then if you scroll down more, Michael. Let's see, then they have to record CCNRs and an HOA and establish an HOA with the same rules. And then if you scroll down more, let's see. Oh, go back up, sorry. Yeah, so it's through the deed restriction that makes it the perpetual aspect. Because one of the questions that was asked in the work session today was, you know, under B, theoretically, the HOA could change those rules in the future, but the deed restriction is what makes it continual.
And does it have any language about, like, for the first year, for the first 10 years, or just that?
Actually, I remember now why I thought there was language here missing. Can you scroll all the way down to Exhibit C, to Exhibit C, and show us the deed restriction itself, Michael? Okay, so yeah, scroll down. Okay, so this is what the deed restriction itself says. Only at least 65% have to be owner occupied. No more than 35% can be leased or rented. For long-term rentals, short-term rentals are prohibited. Any owner selling that has to give notice of the deed restriction. And then I think there's a notice section further down. The deed restriction itself puts every owner in the chain of title on notice that it's illegal to rent without obtaining a rental dwelling license, and that the city will not grant such licenses in violation of the deed restriction and will prosecute anyone that rents property without such a license.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. That's very helpful, Brian. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Anything else for Dustin? Is the developer here? Anything you'd care to add, or does anyone have any questions for the developer? Anything you'd care to add?
I just wanted to say that as a development group, we've been really eager to work with the city. We know that the general plan and your guys' goal is to get 50% owner occupancy, and so that's why we're trying to limit it to 35% that could have the potential to become rentals. We do plan on selling all of these. We are trying to keep the opportunity to have 35% of those become rentals when we sell it, just because it helps with the market and being able to sell them. You know, some people might want to be able to rent them. And so it's a little bit restrictive for us trying to sell these if none of them could have the potential to be rentals.
Sure. And I'm sorry, for the record, could you state your name and city of residence?
Sorry, Levi Harper, Mountain Green, Utah.
Thank you, Levi. Counselor McKay.
I think this is a great development. I know that there's been talk about it being an undesirable place or the train noise, but the reality is that to get people in their first-time homes, we're going to need smaller square footprints. We're going to need less desirable places because it'll be cheaper. So it's a good place to start. So thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, we're really excited about it.
Anything else? Thank you, Levi.
Thank you.
This item is open for public comment if there are any here who would like to speak to this issue. If not, okay, go ahead, online. Ruth, go ahead.
Thank you. I am speaking in my role as neighborhood district chair of this area. Just to report on the neighborhood meeting that happened in July about this. Overall, the neighbors who attended that meeting were excited to work strategically with a developer who was being thoughtful about raising owner occupancy in Utah, and in Provo in particular. They did, just to reiterate, that they were really worried both about owner occupancy and the implications of parking on those 35% of, on those 35% of houses that were able to be rented. And many of them reiterated their ongoing concern about the amount of attention and enforcement that is able to be done or that has been done historically in this area, even when HOAs and kind of zoning code has been in place. So they just wanted to assert a plea to the city council to please continue to keep a robust zoning enforcement in this area, on top of all of the other things that have been done. The last things that they were worried about was infrastructure for active transit, especially active transit is especially important in places where first-time homeowners and families live. And a couple of people mentioned that active transit is particularly dangerous, but also has a lot of potential in this area. So they were hoping to just continue to be able to talk about, be able to make that be borne in mind as this development moves forward. So parking issues for rentals, active transit, zoning issues, and the last thing that they were worried about, which I hope has been addressed by this development agreement, was the fact that many of the HOAs in this area have been historically taken over by investors in the past, and the rules have been changed. So as long as those can remain permanent, they think that that's better for a better strategy for the area itself, and are really hopeful that this can be a good thing despite concerns in this arena. So that's my report, and thank you very much for the Neighborhood District Program and from the neighbors for the ability to raise their questions in this way.
You're welcome, Ruth. Thank you for your thoughtful comments. Is there any other comment? Yes, Tana.
Council, Tana Hoover, Provo South. I would say I'm against this. I believe in the plan. It was a little bit on the high side of medium density, the outlay. I cycle through this area and there's no lines on the street there. There's no bike lanes. I don't know if there's a parking or a stop sign coming out of there, to be honest, because people just don't stop. So the danger presented to me as a cyclist and like the parking issues there, safety, I don't think it fits within the neighborhood. I think it would be a lot, and the noise from the train, also not a quiet zone. So unless we're looking to extend that, my apologies, down, I think it would be more undesirable than is it considered.
Okay, thank you, Tana. Anyone else? Then we'll close public comment. Is there any council discussion on this item? Councilor Bogdan.
I just wanted to address Ruth's comment. Something that we asked in our work session earlier, and we were told that the HOA cannot change this rental agreement 35% unless they came before the council and changed, what is it called? The development agreement. Yeah. So that's something that is in play, and that hopefully can give you some comfort there. Thanks.
Thank you, Becky. Councilor Christensen.
I wanted to thank the developer for listening to the priorities of the council. We feel so strongly about balancing rentals and homeownership. Homeownership is just a critical part of the American dream. It's a critical part of building a future. And I'm just delighted that the developer is hearing that, because selling off Provo to just institutional investors is not going to create a sustainable and remarkable city. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Craig. Others? Councilor Whipple.
Yeah, I would just say regarding the attractiveness of the neighborhood, I love that it's relatively close to the cemetery, which is one of the most lovely green spaces that we have in our city. And so we do have some really lovely public amenities that are pretty close to it, walking distance. And we already have a lot of housing that's, just surrounding this, that bears the same noise burden as this one will from the trains. And I did want to give a shout out to Vern Kessler because we are not having so many train sounds at night anymore. Union Pacific has switched their operation times. So I'm hearing much, much less at night. And I think that'll be nicer for the people who are looking to move in here.
Thank you, Rachel. I'll call for a vote then on this implied motion. Counselor Garrett, yes. Counselor Handley?
Yes.
Counselor Hoban?
Yes.
Counselor McKay?
Yes.
Counselor Whipple?
Yes.
Counselor Bogdan?
Yes.
Counselor Christensen?
Yes.
That motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Next, we have an implied motion on an ordinance amending the zone map classification of real property generally located at 895 West, 2000 North, from residential conservation, the RC zone, to the low-density residential LDR zone in the Carterville neighborhood. This item will be presented by our planning supervisor, Aaron Ardmore.
Okay, thank you, Council. I'm just going to briefly go over a little bit of what I covered earlier today in a work session and kind of the history of this project. So we're up here on the Carterville Hill. The property is highlighted in red there. You can see that it's in the RC zone and general plan for residential. They've been working on this since 2019. They've gone through multiple iterations of site plans, concept plans to get us to this point. With the rezone to low density residential, they could have potentially put more than, you can see right there on the right side, the 3 units that are proposed in the concept. But in the end, that's all that could really fit due to zone standards and utility infrastructure issues. So what we have here is a zone change request that would provide 3 more for sale units to the neighborhood, making use of a narrow, deep lot. And it's supported by staff, supported by Planning Commission. And see if there's anything else I wanted to cover. No, I think that's it, unless you have any questions for me.
Thank you, Aaron. Any questions for Aaron? Counselor McKay.
Okay, I think looks like good use of this lot. I like how there's some open space, made some, the cars can turn around, enough parking. I'm wondering a couple things. This is obviously going to have an HOA, right?
Right.
Because of the communal. So I'm wondering if we can do a deed restriction on that these are owner occupied. I've talked to multiple people that live in this area and on this street, and they're very concerned about that. This is a lot higher density coming in to these other homes that live in the area, and they would love these to be owner occupied. Another thing I've heard is that I believe the owner owns the land, also owns the house or the land to the west. Do you also own the lot next door? Are you the? Oh, okay. Aaron, does the owner own the land next door too?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. My understanding is these houses are going to not face the owner's property, but face the other person's property, and they're not very excited about that. All the houses are going to face into their bedroom windows. But
again, this is a concept, right? So what we're looking at tonight is the zone change, whether it's appropriate to go from the RC to the LDR zone.
okay, so
for
it's
this
not
lot.
necessarily that the driveway will be on that side, it could be on the other side?
Right, yeah, this is just a concept of what
Okay.
they could build under
Well,
the
I'd be
zone.
interested in a development agreement that would keep the houses owner occupied.
Staff doesn't have
Yeah.
that concern, but if there's 4 votes for that, then
Okay,
so be it.
thank you.
Other questions for Aaron?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. This item has also been noticed for public comment. If there are any here who would like to speak to this item, please come forward. Give us your name and city of residence.
My name is Sherry Solberg, and I live in Provo. I just am a couple houses over from the Hills family. I've been there 40 years, and we've been in RC zoning the entire time. Well, the first year we moved in, we went from duplexes to RC. And I was very concerned about this when I thought it was going to be rentals. And I've been glad to hear about people being concerned about rentals in the city council, because we have so many people that own there that rent out. And we would like to see it just more residential and to stay residential. So that concern about it being residential is a pretty big concern on 2000 North. The other concern is we have a water pressure issue there and a sewage issue. And we have actually come before city council before and asked for infrastructure improvements. And up to this point, we have been told that it's not a priority. And I wonder, how to get that going. Like, what does it take to get that to be a priority? Especially with new building coming in, that's going to impact that sewage and water issue. And also we have a big parking issue there. So I don't know how that's going to work to have more of this construction coming in. But my concern is that it doesn't impose on the parking issue. It's hard to even get out of driveways and in and out of our driveways to leave our homes. So it's really water pressure, and it's sewage, and it's really parking. And we really would like to see this stay residential. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Jerry. Other comments?
So this is Joel Assay, Provo resident. He wanted me to read this comment for. Says, my home is right next to the property on the west side and have lived there for over 20 years as the owner. I support the rezone on a couple conditions. One, Provo upgrades the water infrastructure to support future low-density housing so that it does not fall on that person who wishes to add an ADU or another unit, but is out of luck without thousands of dollars. Two, I have several bedrooms that are located right next to my driveway. My concern is that with these three houses, it's going to significantly increase noises that passes by my family's bedroom. Three houses, up to 4 cars plus visitors parking would bring about 12 cars that would drive by every day, disrupting the sleep of my wife and my children. I request that the owner take steps to build the driveway on the east side of their property to keep the noise level to a minimum. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Any others for public comment? Angie.
Hi, my name is Angie Carter. I live in Provo. I live over on the southeast side. But this is a problem that we deal with on our side of the city as well, in terms of having more higher density coming in and being concerned about owner occupied. And so I'd just like to echo the comments that have been made and encourage some kind of a developer agreement that this would be owner occupied, because we need more owner occupied. We're becoming more of a rental kind of location as Provo, and I'm concerned about the effect that's going to have on the long-term viability of Provo. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Anyone else? Yes.
I'm Matt Wheelwright. I live in Provo. I'm chair of District 1, but I'm not commenting anything connected to District 1. What I'd like to comment on, I was initially nervous when I saw the shape of the lot, because what's common on those long, narrow is that little apartment building that's turned sideways that causes all kinds of issues. And so I don't know who the developer is, but I'd commend the approach and encourage the city council to see more of this. On those long, narrow lots, 3 basically single family, compatible buildings is a totally different social experience than having one of those big buildings that's turned sideways that nobody ever walks out on the street. And so in a placemaking stance that I've studied, right, getting people out on the street is what you want. You want people walking, you want people to slow down their cars because of that. This design does that really well. A different design, which we've seen, which I would strongly make outlawed everywhere in the world. So I commend this. I'm in favor of this concept. I know there's still some work to do, but thanks for letting me comment.
Thank you, Matt. Any other comments? If not, we'll close public comment and see if there's any council discussion at this time.
Gary,
Yes, Councillor Bogdan.
is the developer here at all? Can you come up for a second? So I'd love to hear your take on some of these comments that you've heard.
And remind us of your name.
No problem. I'm Mark Greenwood. I'm with ALM Engineering. We're the engineering firm hired by the owner to develop the site. And let me just start out by saying how much I appreciate staff with this project. As Aaron mentioned, we started working on this back in 2019. And we've done several iterations of different thoughts and plans, and trying to find something that allows us to utilize and these deep plots. And they're problematic all over. I've been doing this for 32 years, and this is always the problems we face on this kind of redevelopment in these neighborhoods. Staff's been very helpful as we've gone into this, and as we got looking at it, you know, there's a number of duplexes in the area. It's the right place for this type of use. We've tried to face the units so that they're either facing the street, the doors are facing the street, or to the south, so they face that courtyard in the middle. The garages are somewhat on the side of the house, but again, this is concept. We're just looking at rezone at this point. The water pressure, the infrastructure issue that they've been talking about, that came up when we initially started. That came up. It was really a fire flow issue, to get enough fire flow to protect the homes. And so in looking at it, I've met with the engineering staff several times to kind of talk about it. And the solution we came up with was to provide our own solution. So we're fire sprinkling these homes to take care of that issue, which should be a minimum impact on the development of future lots. If there's any other questions, we're certainly willing to ask and or answer.
I just have a couple. So there was the question about the driveway. Can the driveway be on the other side? Is that a big deal?
We've looked at both options, but we don't rule anything out till the end. So we're happy to look at them and see if those options work. We do have some challenges with some of the things, utilities and things getting back there and having the room for them, but we're not going to rule anything out until we come back for our plan.
And do you have the authority to make a development agreement for whoever is the property owner?
Of the owner, would prefer, the owner has the ability to do that, of course. Are you referring to them being owner occupied? Is that what you're thinking? We would rather not, if that was the case. We'll have to build these units together, especially since they're combined. And in that case, they may end up being something that sits for a while before they sell. We don't know. Because we can't just build one and leave the other one for sale. And if it sits for a few months, we might have to put somebody in it. So at this point, we'd prefer not to do that. But that's rough for them.
Thank you.
They are for sale units.
Any other questions for the developer, for Mark? Thank you, Mark.
You bet.
Other council discussion?
So the owner is not here today?
Yes, they are.
Oh, they are. Then can we talk to the owner, please?
Hi. Hi.
And give us your name.
Sure.
And
I'm
city of
Diane
residence.
Hells, and my husband back there is Jason Hells.
Diane, thank you.
Yeah.
He's made you come up. Lucky you.
Well, I've been so nervous about this. I'm just going to be honest with you. Like, I'm always like, should I say something? And they're like, no, we've gone through all the avenues. You don't need to say anything. And so I just get a little nervous. But yeah, I'm here.
Well, it all looks great. I am concerned for the sake of the neighborhood and increasing this density and not giving the owner occupancy concerns, especially if there are such issues with parking already in that neighborhood. And I think owner occupancy would help negate some of that and not make future issues. So I'm just wondering if that's something you're willing to proffer. I know that I'm going to be a no without that.
Well, I have to say personally, like, we are planning on moving into one of the units, and we do live on the other side in a duplex that we own. And so this is going to be a great opportunity for our family to be able to expand into a larger residence. Because our residence, as is only like 1,400 square feet with 5 family members. And like they said, it's taken a long time to get to this point. And we are thrilled to be to this point. But also, I mean, as you guys know, there will be an HOA. And so the HOA will mandate, certain things. And we even have more than ample, from my understanding, more than ample parking spaces, including an extra space that is not required by the city. So we've taken those measures and we've revised it so many times because we do live there. We've actually owned in the area for over 20 years. And so this is not like, oh, I hope it's not like, oh, these scary people are coming in, but we didn't know what we were doing. So yeah, we hired somebody to help us because we're like, we don't know what to do or how to do it, and I don't even like talking.
Well, you're doing great.
Okay.
And yeah, you did do good with the parking. We have to think of things down the road. We just watched so many houses, developments, things in our city, and this house could potentially end up with, 6 students in each of them, and then you have 18 cars, and then you
I couldn't because it's only 3 non-related or
Yeah,
one
yeah.
family. Like,
Well,
so
you,
we've done
that's
some
nice.
of the
You follow the
research,
rules,
right?
Yeah, we
So
just have to think of all the people that don't follow the rules.
Yeah.
But all right. Well, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Any other questions?
Any other questions for Diane? Thank you, Diane.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other council discussion? We'll call for a vote then.
Gary?
Yes, Councilor Christensen, thank you.
Thank you. I too am concerned about the home ownership, and I too am concerned about the driveway. If I had to vote tonight, I'm afraid I would have to vote no. I would be open to continuing this and letting the developer, go back and see what's possible if they feel like that's helpful. But as is, I wouldn't be able to vote for this.
Thank you, Craig. Councilor Handley.
So if I understood the owner correctly, you are currently living in one of the 3 units and you want to occupy 2 of the 3? Or just move into another one?
They plan to live in one of the 3. They live next door.
You don't need to come up. That's okay. Okay, sure.
We live to the east. We live in a duplex. My name's Jason Hells, by the way.
Thank you,
We
Jason.
live in a duplex. We would move to the west in one of these new units.
Okay.
And then the duplexes we're in allow for students. They've been grandfathered in, so we would move out of that and move into one of these.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
You bet. Any other questions? Since I'm up here?
No, well, I don't know. Okay.
Now that you brought up the student thing, they've been grandfathered into students. So is that what they're seeing on 2000 North is a bunch of students in all these homes because they're grandfathered in?
Yeah, we've got 2 duplexes that have students in them. Yes.
How many students are in a duplex? 4?
Yeah, we do have documentation that we are allowed to have for our 1 family per unit, and we have ample parking for all of it as well.
They're all off street.
Yeah.
Everything's off street.
Everything's off
We're not
street.
a hindrance at all in parking on the street.
So,
But the rest of the neighborhood is a lot of rentals with students as well, or?
students and families, yes, both.
And they both over occupy the street?
Yes, and there's also, I'm just going to throw this out there because there are people who have Airbnbs on our street. There are people who have developed further their homes. So they have like 3 or 4 kitchens in their homes, and they have been renting those out as either Airbnbs or short-term apartments. So yeah, there is, if we're going to address it, there are some issues that should be addressed. But the hard part is that some of those things that are being addressed to us are, like, you know, people are concerned that we're going through the correct avenues with y'all, but there's some of the people who are upset that we're building, and they have some of these extra things going on.
We're doing
And
everything in
so-
compliance with what the city asks. That's why it's taken so long. This has been a long, long process because we don't want to scoot around the allowed requirements, so.
Gotcha. Thank you. And you're from down south?
Me?
Yeah, the accent,
They
yeah.
live next door.
We live right next door.
No,
Where are you from?
no, your accent.
Oh, no, I'm from Ogden.
Oh.
Ogden area.
It's in Ogden.
It's the Ogden accent.
That's it.
I have a weird OR combination, dar, flar. I
Well,
get
and it was y'all. So I'm thinking Texas.
So I want to say I'm from somewhere different, but it just wouldn't be right. So.
Thank you.
Counselor Handley.
So thank you. I don't have any further
Thank-
questions for you, but
Thank you, Jason and Diane.
I just wanted to express my support for the project. I think these infill projects are desperately needed in our city. And I appreciate that this owner has gone to such lengths to address some of the concerns that have been raised. And I do appreciate the fact that as owners that will be living on the property, that tells me that there will be a much higher likelihood of enforcement. I hate the idea of sort of restricting property rights because we can't manage to enforce successfully as a city. So I recognize that it sounds like this neighborhood needs more focus on enforcement to address some issues there, but I don't think this property is at risk of making things out of compliance. So I want to support this project.
Counselor Hoban.
Yeah, I appreciate the owners coming up and talking a little bit. So I'm familiar with this area, familiar actually with this property. I've been on this property, met the Hills a while back. And I'll just say personally, this project will be a huge improvement for this property, and it will be a nice addition for the area. I think the concerns around parking and such, I think will be mitigated. It seems that they'll be mitigated. So, I also have a friend who lives in the area who recommended this project as well and stated it would be good. He lives in that neighborhood. He actually lives really close, and he felt it would be an addition, and I trust his opinion. So I'm supportive of it.
Thank you. Counselor Whipple.
Yeah, I'm excited that you're finally able to come together with our city, that you've got this project that looks like it will be a big improvement to the sad little post-war house that's there right now. Since you're planning on living there, I'm wondering if it would be onerous for you to say that at least 1/3 of those units would have to be owner occupied. You got to come back up to the mic, though. I know. You got to sit back down. We made you walk up twice.
Well, you know, we've lived there for over 20 years, right? And in all actuality, you know, maybe we prosper them to our children or, you know, something else in the future. I don't know, but I feel like limiting us to that would be a pity, especially seeing that there is an HOA that should be enforced, as well as city ordinances that should be enforced. I wouldn't want to, I'm just saying my track record is good, but I don't want to be put in a position where if I had to leave, that I'd have to sell an asset. Or what if I couldn't sell the asset? A lot of people do want to owner occupied. A lot of people want to purchase right now. I'm actually a realtor as well. And I only do it for our friends and family. And we did it to buy this property and the property that we're in. So it's not like I'm out advertising necessarily right now in my life. But so with that being in mine, I have seen a lot of things where people just have to leave or they have to go, or, you know, the project before us, they were asking for 35%, you know, to be able to be rented out. Well, I helped a friend sell a house that they had left unowner occupied and could not rent it because they had that kind of, you know, enforcement in place. They had to short sell their home because they could not rent it and they had to leave the area. And I look at that as a hindrance to people and putting people in financial situations that are not advantageous. So I'm just trying to be honest, like straightforward and honest.
Yeah, I appreciate that you have very, very good reasons for your position. And I really am grateful that you are sharing them with us so that we know that. Because we have been, as a council, approaching it with a very strong position. We want it to be owner occupied. We don't want it to be rented out, or we don't, you know, it couldn't be rented for, you know, a period of a year after it's conveyed or something like that. So to have your pushback against that general policy and the reasons for that pushback is really helpful information for us. I would be supportive of this project. I don't know if enough counselors would be supportive of it without that kind of assurance that they've been asking for. So I just thank you for articulating your reasons.
Thanks again, Diane. Okay, we'll call for a vote then. Counselor Hanley,
Yes.
Counselor Hoban,
Yes.
Counselor McKay,
No.
Counselor Whipple,
Yes.
Counselor Bogdan,
No.
Counselor Christensen,
No.
Counselor Garrett, yes. So that vote passes by, that implied motion passes by a vote of 4-3. Thank you. Next is an implied motion on an ordinance amending zoning map classification of approximately 0.74 acres of real property generally located at 916 West, 1150 South, from the one-family residential R18 zone to the one-family residential R16 zone. This is in the Lakeview neighborhood and will be presented to us by planner Jessica Donachie.
Thank you. Yes, so here we have a proposed rezone in the Lakewood neighborhood of a single-family dwelling. As you can see, it is a large lot with a large rear yard. The proposed rezone is to take it from R18, which requires 8,000 square foot lots, to R16. This is to meet the lot width requirement to allow for a flag lot in the rear yard. Both lots would still be at 8,000 square feet at least, so they would still meet the density of the area. However, this rezone does allow for the creation of an additional single-family home. And this is just a rough concept plan of what the applicant would like to do with the property if the rezone is passed, to subdivide, create the flag lot, and add an additional single-family at the rear of the property. Any questions?
Thank you, Jessica. Any questions for Jessica? Thank you. Is there anyone here who would like to offer public comment related to this item? If not, yes, Matt.
I don't actually like to talk this much, but I'm still Matt Wheelwright. I'm still in Provo. These lots are so strange, and they create this kind of, I don't want to say junkyard because not everybody ends up that way, but it's so hard to maintain this type of space. I just think this is the kind of thing we need. I know it's not quite perfect in the R18, but the width requirements that kind of force this is the answer to make this, because if you don't approve this, I have no idea what you end up with without someone else buying multiple properties, and then you have some really different, unique kind of fight going on. So I'm in support of this. I think it makes sense for these kinds of strange conditions. Not ideal, but I think it works quite well.
Thank you, Matt. Anyone else? If not, we'll close public comment. and invite council discussion. Councillor Bogdan.
Is the property owner here? Can you come up? So this is my neighborhood, and so I'm more, it's not just my district, it's my neighborhood. So 1150 is a collector road, and it's also on our active transportation master plan. And I know a few years ago when they took away parking along 920, it was also contemplated to take it away on 1150. So you have what, is that a two-car garage that you're taking out?
Yeah, so right now it's a two-car garage that we're gonna take out, yeah.
And so you're taking out 4 parking spaces and you're replacing it with 3, correct?
Okay, yeah, that's the plan as of right now. If you look over to the right, the purple one is gonna be the detached garage with an extra space. And then there's gonna be 3 spaces there total. But as Jessica said, this is a concept plan. And so if we are open to looking at what we need to do as far as parking goes. But yeah, that's correct. That's how that looks right now.
So, I mean, I think as far as code goes, you have to have 3 parking spaces. Do you see where I'm getting at? If eventually 1150 is going to lose parking, you know, it's scheduled to go like all the way through to the sports park, right? So, you know, if you have that active transportation corridors and things like that, I would just like to put in there for you to forward think that this is a big house.
Yeah.
And it could potentially have a family with 5, 6 cars, right? So as you're planning that, keep that in mind because we don't want to have future problems on a collector road like this where there is no parking, especially where you have so much space in the back there.
Yeah.
That's
I
my
agree.
concern.
Okay, parking, okay, great.
Just for that reason. Most people will park their, you know, like teenage cars on the street, but we have issues with Slate Canyon now where we took away the parking and they're trying to make what they have work.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you for your concern.
Councilor Bogdan, or, well, really, I guess this is probably more for the owner. Piggybacking on what you just said, it's probably worth just making a public service announcement that Provo City Code actually requires the greater of 3 parking spaces or as many parking spaces as there are vehicles being operated from the property. So if in the future there were 6 vehicles being operated for the property and there were only 3 parking spaces, the property would actually be in violation. Just so you're aware of that for your planning purposes.
Okay, thank you.
Also, I'm sorry, we didn't catch your name.
Yeah, so I'm Nathan Gregory, and I live in Provo.
Great, thank you, Nathan. Councillor Hoban.
Well, just a question, Brian, then, I mean, hypothetically, could he just pour more concrete pad in the back? I guess I want to make sure I understand what that means.
Well, I mean, that's a question for code enforcement. As long as he's still within, I mean, yes, as long as he's still within the lot coverage requirements, right? As long as he's not pouring concrete where he can't pour concrete or covering.
I mean, like, I'm saying like in the back here where he's currently planning, he could pour additional concrete spot.
Right.
That would be a relatively easy fix in the future.
Yep.
As long as there weren't some sort of structure placed there or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Any other questions for the owner developer, Councillor McKay?
And these lots are going to be completely subdivided, correct?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Anyone else? Thank you, Nathan.
Thanks.
Additional council discussion? If not, we'll call for a vote. Councillor McKay.
Yes.
Councillor Whipple.
Yes.
Councillor Bogdan.
Yes.
Councillor Christensen.
Yes.
Councillor Garrett, yes. Councillor Handley.
Yes.
And Councillor Hoban.
I lean on Councilor Bogdan on this one a lot. This is her area, so I'll say yes as well. Didn't see any concerns, but she feels confident, so.
Great, thank you. This motion passes by a vote of 7-0. Next, we have an implied motion indicating the intent to make an adjustment to the common boundary between Provo and Springville along 1400 North in Springville. This will also be presented by planner Jessica Donachie.
Thank you. Yes, as mentioned earlier today in work session, this is something that has been brought to the council before, but there's a timeline to operate under, and we missed the opportunity to get it certified. So this is deeding over or adjusting the boundary line between Provo and Springville to allow a developer who owns property in Springville to combine his lots and develop as he sees fit. Next steps, if this resolution passes, Springville is also bringing a resolution to their city council. From there, there's a 60-day window for public comment to be submitted, after which we will bring an ordinance back to you to finalize this boundary line adjustment, and then it will be sent to the state to be certified by the Lieutenant Governor. Any questions?
Thank you, Jessica. Any questions for Jessica? Is there anyone here who would like to offer a public comment related to this item? If not, we will close public comment and open for council discussion. If there are no questions or discussion, we'll call for a vote. Councillor Hoban.
Yes.
Councillor McKay.
Yes.
Councillor Whipple.
Yes.
Councillor Bogdan.
Yes.
Councillor Christensen.
Yes.
Councillor Garrett, yes. And Councillor Handley.
Yes.
This motion passes by a vote of 7-0. Next, we have an ordinance amending Provo City Code Title 14 regarding multifamily amenities. This has citywide application and will be presented to us by Hannah Salsel, who's one of our planners.
I won't spend too much time on the content of the slides. This was discussed in the work meeting as well as in several planning commission meetings. But this is coming back to the council because the council was exploring the question of encouraging EVs in multifamily spaces. And staff recommended encouraging them in code along with other city priorities such as open space for pets. So we created a table that sets a list of amenities and the scores. It just clarifies existing requirements for amenity space. It doesn't change the square footage requirements except in two small amendments where we're upping the requirements. It communicates priorities and sets a common minimum acceptable standard, which staff feels are the two main advantages of this policy. It does not create any full development package or require EVs or require any specific amenity. It allows flexibility for the developer to still choose what caters to their market. The only other changes we are making to the square footage is as noted here in the neighborhood mixed use and downtown core. We are increasing the number of units that trigger the square footage requirement. Any development with the number of units fewer than what's listed in the column here and in code doesn't have to meet the square footage requirements. These are the scores for the proposed code. To answer a question earlier in the work meeting, the version in the ordinance does have an extra third column off on the left side with category where it's reorganized by recreational, outdoor, just to help navigation and flow. I'll make sure you see that before you adopt it, don't worry. Would you mind at the end? It's in the on-base version. So whenever you pull that up, if you just wouldn't mind scrolling down to that, thank you. Staff analyzed recent developments from the last 10 to 15 years with multifamily across a variety of zones and different price ranges. We found that this burden didn't seem to be onerous. Most developments made it, not all, so it's still worth setting a minimum standard. No, you're fine. The total would be 60. We've explored various combinations of amenities. We feel that 60, while it is low compared to some of the high scores that some of the higher end developments received, 60 still is a good minimum threshold while letting the cost be low and still ensuring a combination of amenities that ensures a better quality of life and some variety as well. In the actual text, most of this is already taken from the code, sets the minimum score, It allows the developer to ask the Director of Development Services to swap out amenities. If there's one they would like to include that's not on the list, the developer can swap it out for the most comparable item. Saunas came up in the hallway after, given the cold weather, for example, could be swapped out with hot tubs or something similar. The amenities must be maintained throughout the duration of the occupancy of the project. EV spaces, as discussed, the developer can choose if that is parking space or counts as amenity square footage. If they do not choose at the time the project is approved, then the spaces will count as amenity space to ensure that parking minimums are met. Developers, on the whole, were pretty favorable, didn't think it added too much, but some appreciated the clarity. Others had concerns about being flexible enough, so we made sure that we included language in the code that addressed their concerns. Well. Thank you. I'll leave this on screen. Okay. Do you mind actually right now pulling up the ordinance just so they can see and it can be part of the discussion? It doesn't actually change the policy. It's just an organization thing.
Thanks, Hannah, for doing that.
Our pleasure. Oh, I say ours. Brian helped as well.
I was just channeling my Lisa.
That's good. I apologize that it's blue. It's just being added, so not as easy to read. But you can see it's grouped roughly alphabetically and then highest to lowest. The exception is the EVs, I know, are not alphabetically before bikes, but because this policy started with encouraging EVs and they are the highest rated items, I did push back against the alphabet. I do feel that they need to be at the top to more strongly encourage our city priorities, bikes being close by as part of transportation, and then pets, which are our other highest priority. Any questions?
Any questions for Hannah? Counselor Hoban.
Man, I'm talking a lot today. Hannah, first of all, great work on this. You always do such great work, so appreciate it. I just one thing I was, and not a huge deal, but I'm just curious why a playground is valued at fewer points than, say, maybe open space for pets. Is there a rationale around that as far as like, well, we think these are going to be more occupied by people with pets than people with children, or you get what I'm saying? It would seem like a playground would be important, maybe more important than a place for pets, and a playground could, well, potentially serve both. But anyways, any thought around that rationale?
It's not that we care about pets more than we do about children. We love them both.
Yeah.
But in the open market, playgrounds are a very desirable amenity, so developers are likely going to be considering those for multifamily developments.
So it was based on trying to encourage certain things that typically aren't there. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Hannah? Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you.
This item is open now for public comment if there are any here who would wish to speak to this.
I'm not James Robertson. I live in Provo. I'm not actually here for this subject, but everything else I've been able to track. But on this, I wouldn't mind a quick summary for dummies.
Thank you, James. Happy to provide that. Angie?
Angie Carter, Provo. I appreciate Councilor Hoban's question because I have a similar question, and I don't think there's any way of getting around the fact that pets being rated at 42 and playgrounds being rated at 28, 23 is sending the message that pets are more important than children. If we're truly going to be a family-friendly community, then those should at least be equal, in my opinion, and I would encourage the council to make an amendment to make those equal. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Other public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and invite council discussion at this time and try to answer your question about a summary.
Okay, I'm going to take a stab at this. So when we have developers coming with these big projects, they have to do some sort of amenity space. And there are lots of different amenities that they've offered us. And to help give them a little bit of guidance and to do some sort of council priority for the vast variety of things that they're on the smorgasbord, we've got this list that says, we weigh some of these things higher than others, but you can still choose which amenities you want to put together for your project. Hannah talked about this a little bit more in the work meeting today, but part of the reason that we have this is the EV thing. We've seen a lot more people buying electric vehicles, but then they're limited on their housing options, right? They can't move into the multifamily homes because there's no place to charge their EV vehicles. And so certainly the market is going to catch up with this, but this way the city council could do a little incentive and say, hey, if you want to get ahead of this and offer this as an amenity in your development, clearly they're going to be attracting some tenants who will be driving these EVs, but that's kind of the genesis for this. And so our development services has worked through the different kinds of amenities we commonly see. They worked with developers and other stakeholders to create this list and to give these weights. Right, and so the amenities per project, it's got to add up to 60 points, and there's a certain square foot thing. So they can't just pick like a couple of dinky little ones to add up to 60. There's got to be a substantial amenity as well. Okay, I'm done now, thanks. Yeah.
Thank you, Rachel. Any council discussion? If not, we'll call for a vote. Councillor Whipple.
Yes.
Councillor Bogdan.
Yes.
Councillor Christensen.
Yes.
Councillor Garrett, yes. Councillor Handley.
Yes.
Councillor Hoban.
Yes.
And Councillor McKay.
I really don't care about this one. I think the market's going to figure itself out. And I kind of like don't care to make them do something. I mean, we already have a percentage of amenity space required, which is great. We need that for sure. And I do agree with Angie as far as the playground should be equal to the pets, at least. So I really don't care. I'll just say yes because it's going to pass anyway.
Okay, that item passes by a vote of 7-0. Next, we have an implied motion on an ordinance amending the zone map classification of real property generally located at 2000 North Canyon Road from single-family residential R18 zone to the medium-density residential MDR zone. And this is in the Pleasant View neighborhood and will be presented by our planner, Nancy Robison.
Thanks. So this is an item that was continued from our December meeting. So it's something that you're familiar with. Currently, it's zoned R18. The developer is asking for a medium-density residential zone. They are proposing to put 100 units in. They have discussed improvements for the sewer system with our Public Works Department, because with that many units, it would need some improvements. They have also advised that it would only be 45 feet tall and that they would, sign the development agreement to include that landscaping bond would be provided should the hillside be removed, that sewer facilities would be upgraded, and canal placement to be addressed by the canal company and parking included in the rent. Since that time, you guys asked for the developer to come up with numbers that they felt could feasibly be used as for sale units as well as for rent. So I don't know if you have any questions specifically for me.
Any questions for Nancy? Counselor Christensen.
Yes, so Nancy, so are there, is home ownership being proffered in this, just to be clear?
We have not signed any or seen language or a draft of the development agreement yet. We were still waiting to hear from the developer what that would be.
Which was the purpose of continuing it till tonight, correct?
Yes, and he did provide some information that I think was included in your study packet on, report about the market.
I did see the market study and I saw nothing about ownership being proffered. So I just wanted to make sure I was clear.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Nancy? Thank you, Nancy. I see the developer is here. Mr. Reynolds, would you care to add any comment, perhaps address the question raised by Councilor Christensen?
Yes, my name's Rob Reynolds. I am the owner and developer of the property you're proposed. And there's always been an element of ownership that was been proposed. One of them would be some more townhouse style. We talked about up to like 12 units. The architect said he could fit along the front that would buffer between the road and the units to the rear. The challenge that we have, what I did is I was charged, as you know, to look at ownership as far as that way goes. I looked online to find the top 3 realtors that would sell properties here in Provo and called them. The one that was most helpful to me was Ashley Jensen, who actually pulled up and gave us some of the report that was passed on. And obviously they like to sell things, so she likes the condo idea, but definitely made it known that they really struggle with restricted units in sales. And because of that, it's forcing prices down on those. I get a little concerned about the city's so focus on owner-occupied units. If it's going to force down values and damage their market, I guess I'm trying to better understand why the city would proffer a process by which devalues their properties and makes them less desirable to people, or less desirable for people to join in the city or invest in the city. That being said, I sent it, and I also did some comparisons from as far as from rental units and from student housing. Obviously, student housing, when you start dealing with returns and so on and so forth, they become much more profitable because you have, anywhere from roughly 4 incomes per apartment, if you will. That makes it a lot more plausible for a owner or the like, or an investor, to pump a lot more money into the property to enhance additional amenities, additional other things. That's not what I'm pushing here, even though I think that's the highest and best use. What I'm after is obviously a rental units, but as I look at it, and I'm not even opposed to having them made into condos. What I am struggling or concerned with is if they're required to be owner occupied above the 12 or so that I can put a separate unit separating the one from the other. I become concerned as to the marketability of X amount of units coming on market that have restrictions upon them, making them very undesirable for people to acquire, to do things with, and trying to force people to do things which would be not in code to try to meet their fiscal needs. And so I guess I'm okay if the desire of the council is that they want them to be all condos, but with the caveat that the condos would not be restricted. I'm okay selling them off, even though I was initially bought this property with something I thought would be for lack of a better word, a legacy asset that could be retained for generations within the family and be a blessing and enhancement to them. But if it's the city is desirous that they be sold units, then I can, with dealing with the architect, he can make them all condos that could be sold, but I don't want to build them and lose money sitting on them or waiting if there's not 100 people waiting to buy and occupy these homes. So I don't know if that makes sense with what I presented, but
Yes, thank you, Rob. Questions for Mr. Reynolds? Counselor Whipple.
Thank you. Yeah, your concerns are valid. You mentioned that what the council is asking you to do could force down the value and damage the market. And I believe the council sees that as a correction because the market has been inflated by cash investors who are buying up properties to rent it out so that individual homeowners or families are not able to get into the market. And so even though it seems counterproductive that little bit of deflation on the market value, I think is a correction that the council is wanting in some cases. Do you have a response to that?
well, I guess if the city is going to get to where they're going to preclude development and investment in the city because a property like this sitting in the location that it sits is not necessarily conducive to certain criteria that would be low income or other type properties. And as mentioned before, I'm not willing to put subpar or less nice units. I'd rather not do it than cut a bunch of corners, if you will, associated with quality or longevity or the like. And so is there areas, I mean, that's one thing I even wrestle with, is acquiring a piece maybe on the outskirts of the city that may have and say, all right, I'll go put LIHTC, low-income housing, and that type to offset adjoining the campus of BYU to maintain level of quality construction and other things that I see needs to be here.
Yeah. Oh, I appreciate that you care about creating good quality housing in our city. And honestly, there are what, one or two houses on this property right now?
There's 2 homes on the top, yes.
2 homes on the top. And so what you're offering, 12 townhomes for sale, is 6 times the number of homes that could be occupied by owners than are currently on the property now, in addition to all of the apartments that you would be proposing,
When
or
you say
condos.
12 units
12
of townhouses, so to speak.
Yes.
Not 12 townhouses, because that would imply to me that there'd be 24.
Oh, no. Yes.
Yes.
But what you're offering is more properties that are available for homeowners to buy than are currently on the property now.
Absolutely. No, that, I mean, and I think and I think also it makes that property safer in the essence of if ever were the earthquake or anything else due to we're removing some of the issues associated with that slope.
Yeah, I like it, and I also see that we do need more good rental housing because there's so much demand on our rental market. Like rental units go so quickly right now. I understand that some of my fellow counselors may have hesitation on this because if we're getting so many more rental units than the for sale occupied units, that's not creating the balance that we want. And so I recognize their concern, but for me, I see this as a really good compromise. It has that transitional character between the owner-occupied units that are to the north of it and the rentals to the south. It provides housing in an area that's desperately needed, that's relatively close to public transportation. I like the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Hanley.
So I want to make sure I understand what's you're willing to offer and what you're not. So, because I thought I was hearing you say that the townhome idea, ownership of the townhomes was not feasible or it was too difficult. You're still
No.
saying that's possible?
No, that's what's tenured to you. What I was sent
Okay.
away with last time, as you recall, is trying to
Increase it to,
increase it
yeah.
to higher levels
Okay.
of, and so I've researched those kind of things, and I'm
Got it.
basically reporting back as
So, okay, so my question, you were talking about condos. If you were to build and sell only condos, would you still propose the same unit number, or would you actually lower that number and make those condos larger? Or have you even thought about
Well,
that? I don't know, because you were just talking about the possibility of selling them as condos.
If they were going to all be sold, I'd probably, in essence, drop the townhouse style units to the front and make the whole project just a condominium project. But based on the numbers I'm getting back, I can't make it pencil if they have owner restricted units on it.
Does that still end up, okay.
So
If some of them are owner restricted or all of them, I guess
that's a question posed to.
Okay. I mean, I'm
council is-
just echoing what I thought I heard you
Yes.
saying, that you could contemplate building only condos and selling all of them.
Correct.
In that case, are we talking about 100 or are we talking about 50?
No, I would
Because it
say
seems
with-
like it would go, the number would go down if they're condos, but
No,
maybe
the
not.
condos fit the same footprint.
Okay.
And they're all pretty good sized units anyway. We had them pretty long. This was initially designed to be 100 4-bedroom units. And so
Got
we
it.
have
Okay.
the units are designed to be larger, and we haven't yet worked with the staff. The purpose of this is a rezone with the concept plan so that we can commence and do some things as well as present
Okay,
future designs
thank you.
along with the feedback.
I just want to make sure I understood what
Sure.
was on the table and what wasn't. When this came up previously, I think I was a little concerned that we didn't really have any clear criteria as to why we would, require this percentage or that percentage of home ownership. And I'm still not sure that we have that clarity. And I recognize this is a tricky area. It's a beloved neighborhood, and yet it's also a really desirable place for student housing because it's right near two UVX stops. It's only half mile from one of them. Or actually probably less if you cut through the back. I don't know. Less than a mile to campus. So it's where we would want our students to be living, actually, for all of us who are concerned about traffic in the city. We don't want students living farther away from campus. That's just bad. It's bad for our traffic. It's bad for our air quality. So we do want that proximity. It's just a tough balance because it's also a really wonderful single-family, detached family neighborhood that wants to have its character preserved and protected. There is this corridor along Canyon Road where it does feel like, and I think Councilor Garrett described it well, where it sort of asks for a kind of transitional thing. So anyway, we can talk more as a council. I'm off script here. I shouldn't be blabbing. But that was the reason why I wanted to get clarity. If we're talking about all ownership or just what we were offered before, and that helps me think about this. Thanks.
Any other questions for the developer? Thank you, Rob. We'll now open this item for public comment. If there are any here who would like to speak to this issue, please come to the mic.
Back, but this time as District 1 Chair, so I think I get 3 minutes to run through a few things. Thank you again, Matt Wheelwright, and I neglected to say thank you for your service, for letting this be part of the process, so grateful to be here with you. I think it's in the record, so I just want to highlight that there was a vote taken. I think the meeting was back in July. Some things have changed since then, so I'm not sure the vote means a lot, so I won't run through the details, but it's kind of all over the board. Many against, many for, sort of, and so it's a little hard to say. And without seeing the development agreement, it's really hard to say where the citizens would actually land now. So let me just share a few thoughts. all the normal stuff is on the table: height, density, traffic, parking, all of those things. I think the greatest anxiety is about the slope removal. And I know the landscape bond is in the development agreement. I think the neighbors would feel much better if there was more than that. Something about the slope itself, what happens if that garage is at the top moves, all of those things are causing a lot of anxiety, aside from the fact that this is new density, new residences in the area. So I think if there were some steps taken to assuage those fears, I think it would go a long way. I would also remind everyone in the room that a development agreement is intended to be a negotiation. The developer can proffer things. I know there's some legal kind of managing things about how that happens, but having been on the developer side of that conversation, it is always a negotiation. You want more parks? Then I want my rezone. If you want more parking, I want this. I mean, that's the nature of it. It is not our job, though, citizens or you, to make the developer money. And so I think we're not surprised by that report that he turned in that shows that for sale versus for rent, the market's different. We know this. I think that's the purpose of you proffering that in the first place, is yes, we want the values down. There hasn't been a correction in Utah the way other states have. This is one way to help that. And I'm not saying what the developer should proffer or not, but that is part of the process. So I'm glad we're in the process, whatever happens tonight. But I would highlight that Spring Creek proposed 65% owner occupied, and it works. So I think there's a way to make it work. I do feel a little bit for the developer. Anytime the rules feel like they're changing midstream, that's stressful. And so I continue to encourage the city council to decide what is it that you really want, make that clear, make that part of the process, and just work it into the system. But I think generally the neighbors are not in favor, but there are some fears, mostly with the slope, that I think we could do some things to really help. Everything else is just the normal parking height things, then I think other people will comment on those. So thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Valerie Paxman, I live in Provo. This isn't even why I came here, but I have become extremely alarmed by the attitude of our city council about mandating owner-occupied housing. I think you are treading heavily on property rights of owners, and I would personally never buy a property in which the city said had to be owner-occupied. I think it puts a high stress on being able to resell that property to someone, or just as she talked about, being in distress, having to move and having to find somebody who would move in and have to occupy it themselves. I think if you want more on owner-occupied housing, you need to let people develop the places where people want to occupy it. Larger homes, places with yards, places with parks around it, places where they can have kids, places that have good streets and good traffic flow. I think that's where we're kind of losing out. I think personally, this gentleman, he's proposing a higher density place in an appropriate place near the school. I mean, if you want more housing for people, don't do high density outside Provo, and you use the spaces that we have open to have bigger homes and to have places where people want to stay and don't necessarily want to put 5 renters in them. That's just my opinion.
Thank you, Valerie.
Evening, Paul Evans in the Pleasant View neighborhood. 500 North is kind of a line south of campus between high-density housing and residential. So this is at 2000 North. The Cougar Boulevard is about 1200 North. That puts it way farther north than the line that we've drawn to the south for access of students for high-density housing. So the idea that it's so close to campus is not true. It's a long haul compared to what we've drawn to south of campus. And yet it's south of campus that is the very neighborhood that we're trying not to become by ensuring that we maintain a sense of owner occupancy and residential properties. The proposed property is surrounded by condos. They've been doing well. In fact, just a year ago, the council required that the property just north of him develop his multi-unit building as condos, as owner occupied. We're just following with the same thing that we've been developing in the neighborhood all along, including the height along Canyon Road, that it would be maintained at a level when you came up Canyon Road, it would not stick up above. The 4-story proposed apartment is not less impactful, and it's not even equivalent to the existing hill. It's a completely different thing. You can't compare that. The 4-story apartment is not tucked into the cut. It's 20 feet away from Canyon Road. And so I just remind you of the 2 questions that are on the staff report. Would the rezone facilitate a housing development where most of the housing units are owner occupied? Is the applicant willing to guarantee such? That's the staff report question. Second, would the proposed rezone
Thank you, Paul. Hello, Lynn. Lynn, could you try the other mic? We're not getting a mic here.
Good evening. Thank you. And thank you, counselors, for your time supporting we residents of Provo City. We're very fortunate to have your service. Thank you.
Lynn, could you state your name and city of residence, please?
I'm Lynn Sorensen. I'm on the executive board of District 1. I represent the Pleasant View neighborhood where this project is proposed. I certainly second the motion with the issues that Professor Evans presented, and I'm much less concerned about the developer and his profits than I am the impact on the neighborhood and the impact on the city. As far as rental units, we see that at the towns at River's Edge have numerous empty rental units. And so I think this kind of general feeling that, oh, rental units are where you can easily rent and make lots of money may not really be the case. Of course, we have no idea where things are going with tariffs and the U.S. economy and what may be happening down the road. So it's very hard to make decisions at this point. But I also am extremely concerned about the abandonment of the project. And that is this removal of the hill, which seems like a dangerous possibility. And especially what the situation would be if in the middle of this, with the hill half gone, the developer, who knows what could happen, suddenly abandoned it. What is his responsibility to the people who live in the development if it's completed? And what about his responsibility to the erosion that might happen to the neighbors to the east? So there are a lot of concerns that I have. I'm very glad that you're concerned about owner occupancy, and I certainly endorse that. And we would need to have that in writing. But it seems to me we need to also have in writing what would happen if there are problems during the construction and particularly after the construction, because we all know that it takes time for erosion and settling and all kinds of things when you're having such an enormous construction before even any buildings go up, because taking down this whole entire hill. So we don't want this to be half done and left for the neighborhood for who knows how many decades or generations. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Lynn. Hello, Sharon.
Hi, Sharon Mehmet, also in this Neighborhood Executive Board. I just wanted to, you've heard some of the concerns, and obviously in the past, my biggest concern as parking was mentioned, and you may recall just a few weeks ago, David Briganti proposed a unit that you approved, which was well over parked, which is what I would love to see in any document that would be a development agreement in this area. Because what the neighbors have struggled with is that they, well, depending on the size of the unit, right, if there are 3 units, 3 renters, only 2 spaces, because that's what is required by city, the third one's parking around the corner or somewhere else. I've watched people park at the stadium across the street and go home to these current units. I appreciate the council asking for owner occupancy. I think the developer's report does a great job of showing how that makes these owner-occupied projects more affordable to first-time homeowners. I didn't see this staff, this memo, in the staff report or the implied motion, but only in the email sent to the neighborhood board members, which shows language to be addressed and included in the development agreement. So if you decide to approve this, I'm curious how that gets incorporated into the implied motion or whatever. I appreciate, like I said, that it includes parking will be included in the rent. That sounds like a great first step. I would love to see something that says a parking space per bedroom instead of what's in code. And I appreciate that it says landscape bond be provided should the hillside be removed.
Thank you, Sharon. Any other comment? We have an online comment. Let's go ahead and take that first. Go ahead with your comment.
All right. So a couple things. One, I need to clarify there was a previous discussion about irrigation and canals. There are 2 irrigation systems in place. Pressurized line runs through the property in question, and then, oh, I'm sorry, I'm Mike Nicholson in Provo. I'm immediately on the east of this property. So if my backyard would be washed out. If this thing fails, so there's a pressurized line that runs through this property, and there's unpressurized flood irrigation that comes in from the east and permeates in my backyard. The canal ditch runs right along the property line. There's an extremely high risk washout.
Mike?
I'm sorry?
It's hard to hear you. Are you on speakerphone?
I have a Bluetooth, but I have a toddler running around. I apologize.
Would you mind calling back in? We'll continue with comments here if you can try to get a better connection.
Okay, sorry about that.
Thank you, Mike. Go ahead.
Rich Ziegler, Pleasant View neighborhood. I know this has been mentioned already, but 100 units, 4 bedrooms, parking. That's going to be a huge problem. So just keep that in mind. You know, it's 400 tenants, 400 bedrooms. I mean, one tenant's not going to rent more than 1 bedroom. You know, it was also mentioned places with yards. Well, I mean, it's a R18 zoning. I mean, those are places with yards and open space. And I just maybe also raised the thing, how many times are we going to come to council and discuss this? This is, I don't know, there's certainly a number of times that the developer has come, and I don't know if it's a tactic to wear us down or whatnot, but it just kind of raises some credibility issues. So that's all I'll say.
Thank you, Rich. Mike, are you online again? Mike, go ahead. Unmute your phone. Mike, can you hear me? I believe we had another in-house comment. If you'd like to come forward while Mike is figuring out his phone.
I'm Warner Woodworth. I've been a resident here and property owner for 50-something years. Taught at BYU, taught and wrote about building utopian communities, drawing especially on Brigham Young and notions of Zion, of a beloved communities Martin Luther King talked about, we celebrate this month. And I've just seen Provo gradually disintegrating by and large. Let's cut the taxes. Let's bring in outsiders who have no commitment to our lifestyle, our values, except the almighty dollar and power and greed, and give them access. My streets used to have no cars parked on them. There's cars there all the time, half of them with license plates from Texas or California, and they've been living here 10 or 20 years. There's no enforcement. It's okay. I mean, I'm not complaining about all. I just resent the fact we fought against Dave, our buddy Dave, down the same hill, taking over the property of the credit union and turning it into a monstrosity to enrich himself in California. And now we're saying, let's do the same again. More pollution, no problem. More masses of people, more cars, no problem. Let's not worry about gardens and flowers and love and music and kids, little kids and neighborhoods and the quality of life. Let's just turn it over to more developers while we have all these streets on the west side of town, some of which are closer to BYU than where we're talking. And they're industrial wastelands, but no developer wants to buy them and beautify them because it would cost too much for the students to walk from there a block to campus. So I'm just feeling sad. I get the tears of Brigham Young, and I understand.
Thank you, Warner. Mike, are you online? Go ahead,
Yes.
Mike. Go ahead.
Okay, I apologize for that. So I want to clarify, there are two irrigation canal systems at play. There's a pressurized line that runs through this property, and then there's an unpressurized flood irrigation that comes from the east that terminates in my property. Part of the ditch actually runs right along the property line, and there is an extreme risk of washout should something go wrong there. And so I wanted to request, as part of any kind of a development agreement, a minimum 4 to 5 foot setback of the existing grade before any slope starts, plus any other assurances related to, possible future settling or liquefaction. And then another thing, I kind of echo some of the previous commenters' comments about owner occupancy restrictions. I really think there's a difference between, the institutional cash investors that come in and gobble up properties versus, like me. Yes, my property is registered in an LLC, but we only own one property. We did it for liability reasons, for renting, and now I live here. I'll always have, and there's a difference between some large company coming in, gobbling up things and just turning a profit versus a family that owns a property and they need to move but they can't sell for whatever reason and they need to rent it. So I think that needs to be taken into consideration. But yeah, those are really the big concerns. My big concern is the slope as the primary affected property. I want some guarantees that my shed's not going to slide down the hill, or that if there is some kind of an accident with the irrigation, that we're not going to wash out the entire hill.
Thank you, Mike. We appreciate your comment. Any other public comment? If not, we'll close public comment and continue with council discussion. Counselor Bogdan.
Gordon? I know you guys have looked at taking the hill away, so can you comment to what he was saying?
About
this
the
last
irrigation?
figure? Mhm.
Yeah, so there's irrigation ditches up there, and that would need to be resolved not only by us reviewing the engineering plans, but signed off by the irrigation companies themselves, since it's their infrastructure. It would have to meet their standard, but we would oversee it to make sure that it was done according to the specifications. We've talked to the developer about it, and there's ways to address that, but that's part of the plan if they move forward.
So are we worried about any kind of liquefaction or settling or anything like that once they start removing the hill or when it's completely done? Because there seems to be a lot of residents that are unsettled about the hill being taken away in the first place.
So the slope they had, so what we would require is a geotechnical report that would tell us what would be the safe slope for the property, or if they needed retaining walls, they'd have to get those engineered and approved. So we understand they want to cut the hill. There's been several discussions on the actual slope, if it wasn't retained, or if there was some using the building as part of the retaining structure. So there was a couple options that we were looking at, and I don't believe there's a final plan for it, but there were several options. All of those are feasible once they get the true engineering and the geotechnical studies done.
And then if the hill does actually slide, who's responsible for that? The city or the developer?
The ultimate, who owns the property is ultimately responsible for what's going on with their property. So they're going to hire their own geotech. They're going to get their own firm. We're going to verify that they've done their due diligence, but the actual stamp of approval will be who they get to do the professional work, to study it, to do the soil samples, to manage it. So they need to keep their dirt from going into somebody else's property.
So if it's rentals, this gentleman will be responsible. If it's condos, who would be responsible? The HOA?
I only play an attorney on TV, so I don't know all the answers of who is going to be legally responsible for this.
Our attorney in real life? You have an answer?
Rachel knows what my answer is. It depends.
Brian, that's not helpful.
It's going to depend on whether there is proof that the developer did something wrong or not, right? I mean, sometimes land slides and it's not because somebody did something wrong. Not suggesting that's the case here. I'm just saying that it's not a black and white issue where there's strict liability that the fact you built it means that you pay. There's going to have to be proof that you did something wrong.
So it'll be hard to prove?
Well,
that I'm going to turn back to Gordon.
yeah, and it could be changed by subsequent action after the buildings are put in place, right? So after the developer is gone, then a different property owner could have fudged around with something. And so finding out who would be liable, if the upslope person loses their garage, they would have a civil cause of action, but it might be against the current property owner, the person who did it, or they may pull in the developer and just have a party with everybody, and everybody would be pointing fingers and figuring out who's responsible. But in any case, it would be a civil cause of action that they would bring, and it wouldn't involve the city.
If this makes you any more comfortable, the city has had a pretty lengthy history of geotechnical issues. We have a contract geotechnical firm currently on contract all the time that reviews all these things. We've had major slides, we have major faults going through our city, right through the middle of subdivisions, right through the middle of developments. And we go through extraordinary lengths to make sure that they meet all the state stringent requirements of geotechnical aspects. So when this comes in, we'll look at the material, we'll look at any kind of technical aspects that will be going on. And so this is something all along our east side. We have hundreds of homes that are in much more severe geotechnical conditions than this property appears to be at this time. And we have the utmost confidence, even with all the slide. We have properties that are constantly in movement just because of all the sliding. This does not have the dynamics that we're seeing in a lot of other places along the slopes of Provo and other communities that we watch. Every year we have monitor wells, and every quarter we're getting reports of how much the earth is moving at each strata, and we're watching that constantly. So this won't require anything near that level of complication or sophistication to see what's going on here. I don't know if that gives you any confidence or scares you on the other projects, but we're watching these things very closely, and it's a lot of our involvement.
Oh, it scares me on the other projects, but thanks for your honesty.
So,
I'm good.
okay.
Thanks, Gordon.
Any other discussion? Counselor Christensen?
Thank you. I'll just be straight up. I'm a hard no on this, and for a number of reasons. First of all, the height of this four-story project, as you look at the elevations, is much higher than I understood when we discussed this before, back in December. But I think that the height is too tall. I also don't feel any obligation to dig up this entire hill and create a 100-unit complex. Now, I realize I have colleagues on the council who see this differently, and it's fair that we see things differently. That's part of what makes democracy work. Some would say that any housing is good housing. And if Provo became all rentals, let's just make the best of it. I actually think we're in leadership roles to help guide that. And this whole issue of home ownership is one of the only tools that we have. I wish we had more tools. I wish we had better info. I wish a lot of things, and we do not. But owner-occupied housing is one of the tools that we have. And so I don't feel an obligation to dig up this hill and put in, a 100-unit project. I don't feel an obligation to create intergenerational wealth for the developer. I appreciate that this will be in his family or whatever, but that is not the obligation of this council. The obligation of this council is to look at the needs. And as I see the needs, not all housing units are created equal, especially when it's in a neighborhood like this. If you use the logic that what a great place to put in a great big complex, that same logic would say we could also take out all the houses to the north of it, and we could put in 400-unit complex, and we could take out that logic keeps expanding, and at some point you lose the neighborhoods. I don't want to see us lose Pleasant View. I don't want to hear us say this just makes sense because there's density by it. That same logic gobbles up entire neighborhoods, and I feel that wouldn't serve the city. So the owner occupancy issue doesn't even come close. We're at the same place we were back in December. And yes, I too looked at all of the data, and yes, it also convinces me that, boy, this is a great deal for developers. But it's our job as the city council to look at what is the next 5 years, 10 years, 20-year impact of this. And I don't see the need for this project. And I don't see an attempt to even try to make it owner occupied in a way that we might overlook some of those other things. So I'll be a no on this.
Thank you, Craig. Counselor McKay.
I agree with everything Craig just said. This is an area that is kind of a divider line. And as he said, if we keep encroaching on that line, there's no reason to take out we'll just take out all of Pleasant View. We'll take out all the condos to the east of it. It'll just be no end to it. And it's too dense for right there around all that owner-occupied housing that is all going to be rentals. And I'm worried about the hill. I'm worried about the erosion. I'm worried about, there's places where you do skyscrapers. Like someone mentioned our 500 line south of campus. Let's just do skyscrapers all south of campus. Make it as high as BYU buildings. Like we can fit in so many more apartments. That's where we need to redevelop and do higher density. We don't need to start encroaching into family neighborhoods to get student housing. One lady mentioned, why are we wanting owner occupancy? Everybody does want a home eventually. They want a bigger home and they want a yard and they want a garden. And we do need more of that. But the hard thing is everyone who wants to come in to buy their initial first house, they can't afford that. The prices are too high. So we have to start with condos or townhomes. And that's what we have a real lack of is condos. So we do get excited about the idea that we can get some condos, we can get people to get their first into the market, right? And start to move up in their own, home ownership long haul. But so that is why there would be some attractiveness to that. But I think this is too dense, and I think it encroaches on established neighborhoods that are already highly at risk. I'm concerned all the time about losing Pleasant View, and most of the city is already rentals and not established neighborhoods, and we need to protect the established neighborhoods that we do have.
Thank you. We're going to try to maintain decorum in the hall. Thank you. Councilor Whipple.
I'm just going to say this as on commission from my district. I've been told by residents of Joaquin that anytime somebody says, we don't want our neighborhood to turn into Joaquin, I'm supposed to stand up and say Joaquin's a great neighborhood. Many people like living there. You should all be so lucky. So for Paul, I adore you. I think you're wonderful, but Joaquin is a fantastic neighborhood.
Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. Other comments? Councilor Handley.
Yeah, I just want to clarify a couple of intentions and thoughts that I have about this. I think it's, I'm sensitive to the fact that I live in a similar neighborhood. I live, about the same distance from campus. And there are properties that encroach on our neighborhoods on the east side. And I know there's the same anxiety that it will sort of creep in and take over. And so I understand those feelings, and I don't want to sound insensitive to those. There already are high-rise, high-density places along 9th East, and there are already some along Canyon Road. Sorry, Paul, but I completely disagree that 5th North, they're in Warner, there are plenty of apartments to the west, plenty. My son lives in one that's less than a mile from campus, and it's all the way over by the rec center, which is about the same distance we're talking about here. So I don't see lots of high density on the north edge of the campus. And again, I'm talking about Stadium Avenue. I'm talking about 20, Campus Drive, where we have a responsibility, and this is just maybe a response to what Craig was saying. I don't want to put density everywhere. I've never advocated for that. I think density makes the most sense near transit. And that's what protects the environment. That's what protects air quality. That's what protects against traffic. I said that before, but I mean, it doesn't make sense to say that if we're going to, we're not willing to build within a half mile of our bus stops, any kind of higher density, that we're going to somehow save the environment and save our family neighborhoods. We have to make some compromises. Now, I'm not saying this is the right compromise. I don't know. I feel unsettled about the project. I feel unsettled about how people feel about it. So it's not sitting terribly well with me. I wasn't terribly persuaded by the developers' arguments in favor of it, because I do share some of these sympathies, but I just wanted to make those intentions and those thoughts clear. I mean, my goodness, there's a lot of traffic that comes into this area because of events at the campus. And so, unfortunately, for those of us who live in Pleasant View and in the Tree Streets, you know, we have this proximity problem that is actually something, to be honest, we like about, at least I like about where I live, because I walk to work, and I'm sure many people who work on campus who live in this area do the same. But it's also therefore attractive and desirable for higher density projects like this. So I don't see this as inevitable that if we build higher density here, you know, the slippery slope argument seems like it could apply to too many projects and doesn't in the end satisfy me as a coherent argument that holds up in every case. So I don't know. I mean, I guess I would prefer to see a lower, you know, more commitment on the ownership. And that may be, I don't know if that ends up satisfying the rest of this council. I don't know exactly how this council is going to vote, but it doesn't sound like the council is going to support it. But I don't know if the council would end up supporting it if there were a higher commitment to ownership. It sounded to me in December that that was the case. So it is a little bit of an odd position to be in now when we don't really have any change in the offer, when that had been made pretty clear in December. So I'm pretty sympathetic to how my fellow councilors might feel about this. But anyway, I don't know if that's helpful to clarify at least where I'm coming from.
Thank you, Councillor Handley. Any other comments? This is not far from my neighborhood either. I view this piece as important and strategic to the neighborhood in providing that buffer or transition between the rental apartments to the south and the owner-occupied units to the north, and have concerns also, many of which have been enumerated by my fellow councilors on this project. Unless there's any additional comment, I'll call for a vote. Councillor Bogdan?
No.
Councillor Christensen?
No.
Councillor Garrett? No. Councillor Hanley?
Yes.
Councillor Hoban?
No.
Councillor McKay?
No.
Councillor Whipple?
Yes.
The motion fails by a vote of 5-2. Thank you. The final agenda item is number 10, an ordinance amending water fees on the Provo City Consolidated Fee Schedule. And before we move to that item, we are going to take a 5-minute recess.
Dr. Hanley. Hey, I just wanted to comment. I just so appreciate your perspective, and I hope that what I said didn't come across as a cheap shot at all. Did I lose you?
Session again. Thank you for your patience. Our final agenda item is an implied motion on an ordinance amending water fees on the Provo City Consolidated Fee Schedule. This will be presented by Gary Calder, our Water Resources Director, and Kevin Larson, who's consulting with us from Bowen, Collins and Associates, and Gordon Haight.
I'm going to give a little introduction, then we'll have Keith give kind of the presentation. So what we're looking at tonight is two things. One, specifically, it has to do with tiering of the water rates that does not bring any additional revenue to the city. It just changes how we bill residents. What it specifically does is changes the way that we bill people such that the more expensive water will be charged at a higher rate and the less expensive water will be charged at its actual rate, and it creates a fairer cost structure if we choose to go with a tiered section. The other thing that we'll be talking about is rates, and that does increase the amount of revenue that comes in to the city. We've looked at and we've adopted a water master plan that shows the projects the city needs to do in terms of capital projects as well as maintenance to the system. And so at some point we'll need to look at opportunities to fund that plan. I think there's some things that my recommendation is that we can find some other alternatives to help offset that, and we need a little time to develop that. But I'm going to sit down, let the rest of the time turn over to Keith to talk about go through our presentation of our tiered and water rates.
Thank you, Gordon. Keith, welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate it. As you know, this is a process that's been in the works for quite a number of years, actually. We first started looking at tiered rates about 5 years ago. And the time wasn't quite right to implement them at the time, but we've been working on that for quite some time. Tonight, we're going to try to summarize several years of work in 15 to 20 minutes here. And so I know the council, just for the citizens' information, the council has received some of this information, well, all of this information previously, but we'll try to explain it so everybody gets a little bit of idea what we're doing here. I want to talk first about revenue needs. So Gordon mentioned we want to talk about what do we do with our revenue needs, the overall rate, and then how do we collect it, and that's what we'll talk about tiered rates. Overall revenue needs. So a number of things have been happening over the last several years that affect you in three specific areas. First of all, operation and maintenance costs. Anybody who's been alive over the last 5 years has seen what has happened with inflation. And the operation of your water system is no different. You have experienced significant increases in the cost that it takes to operate your system. One thing that is even more than the average person is seeing is construction costs. Construction costs in the water industry have almost doubled over the last 5 years and created significant increased costs for your operation and maintenance. Number two is planned capital projects. As mentioned, we recently completed a master plan where we looked at the needs of the city, and we have identified $80 million worth of specific capital projects that need to be complete to maintain your existing level of service. So that supports both planned growth and also maintenance of your quality of service for your existing customers. And then finally is rehabilitation and replacement. Provo is an older city, one of the first in the state, and because of that, you have a lot of old infrastructure. That is reaching the end of its expected life. So what we do is we do an analysis where we look at the value of your system, the expected life, and we divide that through to figure out how much you should be investing in your system per year. And the number comes back, depending on the assumptions we use, somewhere between $14 million and $18 million a year that should be invested. Your current investment is about $9 million a year. So we are slowly falling behind where we need to be to sustain your system in the long term. So just to talk a little bit about that last part, this is a map of Provo, and the colors of the pipes show the age of the pipes, and all these little red dots represent breaks that have been observed during the recorded history of your database. And what you can see over here there's some information here. You have pipes dating all the way back to 1918, so more than 100 years old. That constitutes about 16.2% of your system. That older section of pipe results in about 38% of your breaks, which is a break rate of 6 times that of more modern pipes. So shouldn't be surprising to anybody that as your system ages, it's going to break more and more often and need replacement. The pipes going from 1956 to 1990 are about 3 times the break rate of your more modern pipes that have been put in since 1990. Just for reference, a typical expectation for a water pipe is somewhere between 60 and 80 years. 80 is a really good old pipe. 60 is maybe a little bit more typical of what we see. And so the fact that we have these 100-year-old pipes is a little concerning to us. So this is a graph of what your expected need for investment is in the system. So I'm going to take just a little bit of time on this chart here. The years show what we would recommend you invest in the system. Identified in that are a number of different projects. The blue-green colors toward the bottom represent projects that were identified specifically in your master plan that are needed to maintain level of service, meaning reliable water at reasonable pressures to fight fires and accomplish those things that you need to do. The redder color towards the top represents additional rehabilitation and replacement projects that we would recommend to maintain the condition of your system. Up at the top, the blue band represents the recommended sustainable level of funding that you need to maintain that system. So if you are not at that level, your system is slowly decaying and falling apart and will create problems for you. So what we did is 2 things. Number one, we know you want to get to a level that's sustainable. And I'll say more than want to, you need to get to a level that's sustainable. Nature will force you there, whether you like it or not. But what we did was 2 things. Number one was we know that increases are difficult for citizens. And so we did 2 things. First of all, we spread proposed increase out over the 10-year period here. So you can see that we don't jump up to the recommended level of funding right away, but we spread that out as much as we possibly could. And then number 2, we're only recommending to get to the minimum level of funding, the recommended level of funding. So this is not a Cadillac plan here. This is kind of our trusty Corolla plan here, where we're trying to maintain service to the residents at an affordable price. What that does result in, though, is the recommended 12% increase in 2025, followed by additional increases over time that are a little bit above expected inflation, but will get us to catch up to the recommended level of investment. We have talked a lot about, well, what happens if we delay this? What happens if we put it in slower? Here's what I would say, and this is what we talked about a little bit earlier. Your infrastructure is aging and will require replacement. You can choose to do it proactively, or you can choose to do it reactively. National studies have shown that reactive maintenance costs, on average, 60% higher than proactive maintenance in water systems. So really, it's not a question of whether you want to spend the money. It's a question of whether you want to spend $1 today, or if you want to spend $1.60 somewhere down the line. So that's why I provide a strong recommendation that you begin this path to get to the level that you need to sustainably fund your system. What does this do to the average customer? your current average monthly water bill is $48 a month. That takes your annual bill, divides it by 12. In the winter, it's a lot less. In the summer, it's more. It averages out to $48 a month. That's for your entire database of residential water rates. With a 12% increase to the average bill, that would go to $54 a month or a $6 a month increase. I'm going to move to tiers now, but before I do, any questions or comments from the council? Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you mind just taking 60 seconds and explaining why proactive is cheaper than reactive maintenance to the water system?
Sure. So when we decide to replace a pipeline, we get to do a couple of things. We get to plan its design. We get to low bid the pipeline replacement to get the best price that we can from contractors. And we get to control when it happens, which is really important for a lot of reasons. When we reactively replace pipe, we don't get to choose any of those. We have to take whatever contractor is available. We have to do the work whenever the break occurs, which is often in the wintertime. And we also have the effects that breaks and reactive maintenance require. For example, you get a large break, floods a house, that damage adds to the cost of essentially replacing that pipe. And so that is why when you do the analysis across the nation on what does it cost when we're proactively versus reactive, the numbers come back that it's 60%. That's not a number I'm making up. That's a number based on data for the reasons that I just discussed.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Hoban.
Okay, so along the same vein then,
Yep.
how come we don't fund all $80 million right now instead of waiting 10 years? Let's just do it all now, right?
If you want to make that decision, you're welcome to do that.
But why wasn't that your recommendation?
Well, my recommendation, if you want the engineer in me, I would increase your rates to that 14 million as quickly as you could. I would do that over 2 or 3 years.
Because that would be the cheapest way to fund it all.
That in the long term, that would provide, yes.
So why aren't we doing that then?
I'd be open for that proposal tonight.
Well, no, that was your recommendation, right?
Ultimately, I understand that residents need some time to adjust to rate increases.
Thank you. No further questions.
Yeah.
My point is that even you are taking in consideration that ramp up speed is a critical factor in this, right?
Absolutely. And I agree with you. It would be less expensive to ramp it up quicker. But we all know that sometimes we can't do everything that we would like to do.
Thank you.
Councilor Whipple.
Wouldn't it also be impractical to try to do all of the replacement at once?
Sure, yeah, and then there is, the original question is why don't we do all 80 million? And the 80 million was on the master plan, which actually some of those are new projects that can be done over time. But like you say, there is a limitation on how much we can do at any one time.
So the plan that you have proposed chips away at the old pipes and everything in an orderly manner, so we aren't losing water through large sections of the city all at the same time. We can pace it.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. This is all a balance.
But your recommendation would be 14 million if we could fund it all.
That's, yes, if we can, as soon as you can get to that 14 million on a practical basis, that's where we'd like to be.
But you've tapered the recommendation down with an understanding that people can only do so much so soon. So
That's right.
Thanks.
That's right. Okay, I'm going to move to tiered rates and talk a little bit about tiers. And these are related in that when we make changes associated to tiers, it affects our revenue, but they can be independent discussions as well. So let's go to, that's not moving for me. Okay. I apologize, we discovered this was a little bit misleading, so I want to make sure everybody understands what's going on here. Your existing rates do not have tiers. We show them lined up with tier 1 and tier 2, but that's not true. Your existing rates have a winter rate at $1.17 per 1,000 gallons and a summer rate at $1.93 per 1,000 gallons. And so during the winter months, you get charged less. The summer months, you get charged more, but it stays constant throughout the usage profile. That's not quite true. There is a small bump at 100,000, but in general, this is what most residents see. The base rate is $20.50. That is charged to you as a fixed rate each month for all 3/4-inch residential customers. The proposed rates are to move to a system in which we no longer look at the seasonal nature, but we look at the amount of water used. So your base rate would increase to $22.96, and this includes the 12% increase that was recommended previously. And then the water would be charged on tiers based on the number of gallons that you use each month. So 0 to 10 would be tier 1 and is intended to cover your essential indoor water uses for the majority of families in your community. So 0 to 10,000, that would be priced at $1.46. From 10 to 55,000 gallons would be typical outdoor water use, which would be $2.27 per 1,000 gallons. And then above 55,000 gallons would be $3.97. That would include higher levels of water use. When I give a presentation to engineers learning how to do rate studies, this is about a 2-hour presentation that I'm going to summarize in about 30 seconds here. The reason for having increased rates with higher use has to do with the impact on the system. If we were to deliver water at a constant rate throughout the year, we could have a certain size pipe, certain size sources, certain size storage tank. But because we don't have that, we have lots of higher water use in the summer, higher peaking factor, and lower water use in the winter. We incur more cost, and that is the result of having to install larger pipes, larger storage reservoirs, and use more expensive sources. For that reason, the American Water Works Association has developed a methodology called the cost of service methodology, in which we look at the actual costs of providing water at those higher use rates. And that was used to develop the proposed rates identified here. The design of the exact tiers can vary somewhat. You could put more water into tier 3, but then the proposed rate would go up accordingly. This was designed as a balance for your particular community. Again, trying to cover basic indoor water, typical outdoor water, and then the tier 3 covers about the top 10% of users in the month of July, their water use outdoors. Okay, so one thing that's important relative to this is understanding that one size is difficult to fit all on both a residential and commercial basis. And so what we have done is we have identified different tier breaks depending on your meter size. So your meter size is reflective of your lot size in a lot of cases or your total demand. So for example, a 100-unit apartment complex might have a 3 or a 4-inch water meter serving that complex. And it wouldn't be fair for them to be paying tier 3 water use, even though a lot of that water use is just for indoor use. And so as a result, we group by meter size, and then we put more water in each of those tiers associated with the meter. From a statistical analysis, each of these proposed breaks accomplish about the same thing. The winter use falls in tier 1, the outdoor use, typical outdoor falls in tier 2, and about 10% of peak summer use falls in tier 3. And so that's how these have been designed. You'll note that the proposed charge per 1,000 gallon is the same regardless of meter size. It's just the size of the block that varies. And then you would also have different different base rates for different size meters.
Chair, just a quick question. This one's not interrogative, by the way. So I have a 1-inch connection. I'm curious, 50 years ago or whenever that was put in, how would that decision have been made to do a 1-inch as opposed to a 3/4 inch? I mean, I know you're just hypothesizing. You weren't here. Nobody was here. Any idea?
So
how that's typically decided?
Generally, that is decided based on your potential water need. So for residential lots in the past, 3/4 inch was kind of the standard, and then it was upsized based on the larger lot sizes. And so,
do you know what the lot break point was, like size break point was?
That I don't know. I can tell you that for the recommended level of water use, 3/4 inch will service up to about a 0.4 acre lot.
So most lots like 0.5 or larger probably have that 1-inch.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. For the larger, the 3/4 or 3-inch and 4-inch, those are sized based on an engineering analysis of those larger properties, like multifamily.
Do you know what the 1.5-inch usually services? What size lot?
I'm not sure I know that. Do you know that?
I'm just wishing whoever put mine in would have given me a 1.5 instead. And
I don't know that we have any single family at 1.5. So we have residential, but I think the largest I'm aware of is a 1-inch on a single family lot.
So they probably just said, this is residential. We just do it's zoned for residential. We're going to do
So what they did is, so a 1.5, the developer, before the city would approve any project like the one we were talking about tonight, they would come in and say, here's our water demand, here's how many fixtures we need. And from that, their engineer would come back and say, this is the amount of flow we need into this at peak. And we would review those numbers, but then we would determine need a 3-inch or 2-inch. They generally try to do the smallest applicable size because the rates go up. So that's based on engineering analysis.
I guess where my mind is going is that somebody determined that my lot could handle, that a 1-inch could handle the water flow from my lot, but it didn't necessarily have to do with, oh, well, Travis has a 3/4 acre, or, John has a 1 acre, that it was kind of like, as long as it can handle it, then just put the 1-inch in, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that the guy with half an acre is going to, or the guy with 3/4 or an acre is going to use the same water as the guy with half an acre, yet we both have the same 1-inch connection, right? So now you're determining my break point based on my 1-inch connection, but my 1-inch connection has nothing necessarily to do with my actual lot size. Does that make sense? Yeah. So I'm kind of pointing out an injustice here, that the guy with the half acre has the same break point as the guy with an acre or whatever, just simply because the 1-inch can handle it, right?
Sure. And you point out something that's important, which is there has to be some sort of simplification and grouping. So there will be a little bit different between somebody with a half and somebody with 3/4 and somebody with a 1/10 and somebody with a 1/4. This keeps it manageable, but it does require some grouping.
I'm wondering if it would be helpful, especially for the public, if I could ask you to go back and talking a little bit more about tiers for a moment. I mean, you don't have to move the screen, but when you were talking about the 3 tiers, I mean, the question that I've seen repeated in the public conversation is, why is it that a gallon doesn't cost a gallon? It doesn't have the same price for everybody. That doesn't seem to be fair. And I'm wondering if you can explain that a little bit more clearly. And then secondly, why is it, I mean, if we did not have the 3 tiers and we remained with the status quo, as I understand it, that means that the lower users, which is 80 to 90% of the city, have been subsidizing the higher users. So can you explain that a little bit for the public?
Yeah, and I would just go back to the previous explanation that when you have additional demand on the system, those higher peaking factors, that is what results in the additional cost. We have to put in a larger pipe. We have to put in.
But everybody's paying for that, is what you're saying. That's what I want to clarify. Everybody's paying for that, even if they're not contributing to the need for that higher cost.
Well, correct. I mean, and that's what you're trying to do with an accurate and fair rate design, is you are trying to allocate the costs to those who are putting the burden onto the system. And so if you have a neighbor who is using 5,000 gallons a year all year round and never shows any kind of peak, they have a certain cost that they are putting onto the system. That is much lower than a resident who has 5,000 in the winter, but then has 100,000 in the month of June and July, because the pipes have to be increased in size. We have to turn on more expensive sources. All those add to the actual cost. So the numbers that I've shown here reflect what the actual cost of providing that water is. That peak water in the summertime, when you get up above the 55,000 for a 3/4 inch meter, that really is costing the city $3.97 per 1,000 gallons.
So if we were to try to raise revenue without the tiers, then we would even more burden the lower users. The 80 to 90% of Provo would pay disproportionately more for the revenue that we're trying to raise.
That's what the cost of service analysis shows, is that right now you're not charging enough for those upper water tiers, and to offset that, you have to charge more in your base rate and your lower tiers.
Okay, thank you.
I guess a counter to that, though, would be that if a lot is an acre and using, let's say, 150,000 gallons a month in the summer.
Yeah.
And they were to sell that lot off and put in, 3, 4, 5 homes or whatever, and it would have maybe similar usage. You could argue it would be less because there's more home on it.
Yeah.
But I think you're gonna, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're probably gonna have similar usage.
So similar usage probably outdoors, maybe a little bit less, like you note. The indoor, however, would go up significantly.
Yes. I've actually done the math, and the annual usage actually goes up if you put 4 or 5 homes on an acre instead of 1 home on an acre. But
right.
I wasn't going to make that point.
Yeah.
I was just going to say that if I were to just get the city to approve to subdivide my acre lot, and all of a sudden you have the same usage, and yet now it's okay for that usage because now there's 4 or 5 homes on it. I'm trying to understand the logic of penalizing a single family home on a lot that is an acre as opposed to 5 homes on a lot that are an acre paying significantly less. I'm not understanding that logic.
So I guess the first thing I would offer is by adding in the different meter sizes, we try to reflect what you're talking about to some degree.
To some degree.
And really that captures probably 95% of the homes in.
I wouldn't argue against that. I think you're correct.
So then the other thing that I would just note is, let's just take your example. So you have a lot that you subdivide into 3. At that point, you're adding 3 times the indoor use. So you're actually reducing the peak. You're recovering more during the winter. And you're also getting 3 times the base rates during that time. And I haven't done the analysis, but for that particular example, but my guess is that the total revenue that comes in would be similar in those regards. So you make a valid point, but I think the system does account for that.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Okay. The chair's got me on a short leash time.
Not non-residential.
Okay. I'm going to keep moving here. Non-residential has a similar approach, but you will notice that the tiers have been divided differently. Now this reflects, again, the water use characteristics of each of these different types of users. So in this particular case, again, what we're trying to capture is that tier 3 is only capturing the top 10% or so of water use to reflect the upper peaks and the additional costs associated with that. So it's the exact same analysis, just different results based on the different data being recovered. So that's non-residential.
So with the non-residential, the per thousand gallon rate is the same as residential.
It's exactly the same. That's correct.
It's only the base rate that's different.
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, it's only the tier volume breaks that are different.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Okay. So I think here's my final pitch. The benefit of adopting recommended rates from a cost of service standpoint. Well, actually, number one, it does promote conservation, which is an important thing in the world in which we live today. It does maintain water affordability by minimizing the changing costs for the lowest tier, so we keep that as affordable as possible. It satisfies the state's requirements for an increasing block rate schedule, which that is required by the state. And then it is also consistent with AWWA cost of service principles, which is what I've been trying to emphasize previously. I think that might be, just idea of a summary of impacts. This is the impacts on a 3/4 inch residential bill. Looking at a low user, average, high, and very high, you can see the different levels of impact that occur for each of those typical type users on a monthly basis. Okay, I think that was the end.
So let's take a few minutes and ask a few questions of Keith. And then we really want to hear from residents who have been so patient in waiting for an opportunity to share public comment. Councillor Bogdan.
Just to clarify, so what we're saying is the existing average monthly bill currently for a low user is $25 a month, and that includes that $20 base fee?
Correct.
And then the new average monthly bill would be 27?
Yes, and this is, remember, this is a low user, so this is like your
An apartment.
bottom 10% of your residents.
Bottom 10%.
Yeah.
So these guys probably never make it out of the first tier.
Yeah, the low user probably doesn't. They probably don't have much of an irrigation demand at all. They're probably almost entirely limited to indoor use.
And so basically that $2 change is just the increase in the base fee.
Correct, yeah.
And then the average user would be what, somebody that waters their lawn?
Yeah, that's kind of a typical resident. 3/4 inch would be a medium, small to medium sized lot in the city.
Which would be?
I'm going to guess, and I don't know if anybody from staff can help me, but I'm going to guess it's 2/10 of an acre to a 1/4 acre lot.
Okay. And then the high user would be somebody a little bit over that?
Yeah, the high user, it represents your 90th percentile, and your very high user represents your 95th percentile. And for those not familiar with percentile, it's 95% use less, 5% use above. So 5% of your users fall above the very high user.
So theoretically, the high user and the very high user would be everybody in this 3/4 inch that uses more than 55,000 gallons a month.
Yeah, the high user is going to be right at that 55,000, pretty close, and the very high would be above.
Thank you.
One point of clarification, Keith, if you could go back one slide. I noticed this earlier and value each of these benefits, the bullet points that you've listed here for adopting the recommended rates. I was surprised to note, though, that the real key reason we're having this discussion is to look for ways we could raise $80 million to replace our aging infrastructure. To me, that's the primary benefit of considering a rate adjustment.
Yeah.
Any other high-level questions from council members before we open public comment? Okay, thank you, Keith.
Thank you.
We'll now open public comment for any who have been patient enough to bear with us and speak to this item. Remind us of your name, Quentin.
Yeah, Quinn Peterson, Provo. I understand the need for a raise, and hopefully I think a lot of people in this room understand that now too. Even though I am a resident and I am worried personally, I'm just here to represent DPI at the moment. And I'm just very alarmed that we haven't had any time yet to crunch the numbers for the businesses on what this means, because we didn't see any of this business stuff until yesterday. So when we're looking at the different types of businesses, there's a whole spectrum here in the community. And if we're going to find out that the restaurants, because of the bathroom use, the beverages, and the washing of dishes, are suddenly going to be bumped up a couple tiers, they've already got such slim margins, that's really going to be crippling. And so there's just, I just am requesting more time for us to gather data from the business community before something like this is approved. Thanks.
Thank you, Quinn.
Valerie Paxman, Provo. I think I can see the need for the improvements that are needed here. However, the water department is implementing all kinds of costs to us in Provo. Right now, they're starting to enforce having to do backflow regulators on every property in Provo to the tune of $1,500 per property. And that, on top of what you are proposing here as rate increases, is too much. It is too much. So I don't know if you all can look at the whole spectrum of what is being proposed and all the costs that are being assessed to us, but we need to really look at those costs because it's getting out of control. We have the school board implementing bonds, we have the state increasing taxes. It is too much. I don't even know if we can slow it down or what we need to do, but we need to make some choices, hard choices. And if you want to raise prices, fine, but let's not have to install backflow regulators. You know, I mean, you need to make some choices and help out us.
Thank you, Valerie.
I'm Vicki Gehring. I live at 1890 North, 1500 West in Provo. It's a 3/4 of an acre lot. In 1982, when I moved there, it was surrounded by orchards and came with water rights. I had a husband and 7 children. Today, I'm a widow. My income last year was $29,778. The orchards are gone, and so are my water rights. For the 30-plus years that I had irrigation, the average cost of maintaining my property was $15 a year. With the cost of city 5 times greater, I can only afford to put a small percentage of the amount of water that was available to me through irrigation. As a result, my grass eventually died, and I've had to cut down 9 trees. I'm telling you my personal circumstances because I don't fit into your little tier thing. I don't have complete control over the amount of water I need because I can cut back on my personal use, but my lawn doesn't have the same options and doesn't do well when I starve it for water. And the reason I no longer have water rights is because of the agricultural land that was around me has now been developed, and I've already paid the penalty for that by losing my water rights. So I just think it would be unfair for the city to force me into an unsustainable situation. And Provo City did win an award for being the best performing city, so I hope that there's a way to get the money to maintain the water system and use a method that is fair.
Thank you, Vicki. Vicki, what part of Provo do you live in? Are you in West Provo? Grandview Hill. Thank you.
James Robertson, Provo City. I'm the property immediately north of Vicki. We moved in 5 years after she did, and I had recalled the amount that we were paying for our water on an annual basis, being $20 a year, but okay. Oh, that's right. She had 8/10 of it. She had a half share and I had 8/10 of a share. Okay, that's why. Okay. We know, for various reasons, we no longer have water. When that came up, I talked to the city because it had been suggested to me that I might be able to trade my share to the city for some kind of long-term water benefit. I talked to I don't remember who it was, but someone in the water department who told me Provo City has all the water they need. We do not need your water. We do not want your water. I asked about the possibility of a gray water system, and I was told there aren't enough properties in Provo City that could use a gray water system to make that feasible. I said, so I'm supposed to water my whole acre with culinary water? And the answer I got was yes. And you know, I squawked, and I was told, don't worry. We have a base rate in the winter, and then there's a higher rate in the summer. You should be okay. Well, so that's what I've been doing. Just by way of information, it is just under an acre. We have 7 apple trees, 6 peach trees, 2 apricot trees, 12 Concord grapes, 4 eating grapes, a stand of blackberries, a stand of raspberries, and a fairly large garden space.
Thank you, James. We'll see how it goes. Who else is here to speak?
Finish with one request.
Go ahead if you've got one request.
So my request is, if we have to have 3 tiers, could we implement some way of having, applying for an exception or for a respite or, just some alternative, because it's been hard enough to pay. It's been very hard to pay what I've been paying. And I simply don't know how to handle a substantial increase. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
How are you doing? Dave Lewis.
Hello, Dave.
Provo. Just one question for Keith. The whole 80 million is going to be paid for by the Provo City resident water users. There's no other funding that's coming in to help. It's 100% water users.
I think there is some grant funding.
Like 40 million or?
But
right now it's 100% the Provo residents are going to pay for that 80 million. Everybody that uses the water, they're going to pay for all the improvements throughout the city.
There's developers that impact these other things, so there's other things like.
True, but won't come anywhere near the 80 million, right?
Dave, your time. Speak to us.
I support the proactive approach to ensuring Provo City has a sustainable water system. I don't agree with the surge pricing or the tiered pricing. I care more about my tax money, where it goes. It's obvious. So I pay an extra $1,200 a month. We all do from the last 3.5 years from inflation impact. And then we're all watching the Doge 85 billion. It just seems like there's not as much care as I care. I care about how efficient my money's used, right? So it just seems like one more thing. At a certain point we've got some people here who are saying, I can't pay anymore.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's just one more thing. I would just ask that we look at other options. Don't tier it. Don't load 12% this year. Those are my suggestions.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dave.
Hello again. Angie Carter, Provo. I do have a question if, as the gentleman was talking about gray water, if that's been looked at as an option that would reduce our costs in terms of, culinary water has to go through all the filtering and everything like that, which raises the cost of producing that water. How much would it cost to have a secondary system that would have gray water that would reduce those costs over the long term? I'm just asking a question if we can, as we're looking at what we're doing right now, if this is a good time to be thinking forwardly about what could we do to make our water system more efficient so that, 10, 20 years from now, we don't have to be using culinary water for these kinds of things, and we could have, that we'd save money in that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie.
Paul Evans, live in the Pleasant View neighborhood. I appreciate this coming up. This is a tough issue because it's not the source of the water, it's not the water treatment, it's the delivery system that we have for the water that is really the part that needs the repair. And I particularly appreciate this coming up because I looked at my water bill for the first time in years. And it was more than I thought it was, but now I got to go figure out where all that water's going. But thank you. So please continue the discussion. This is kind of like the first opening round of how best to go forward to resolve the issue of water delivery system that it maintained and sustained and makes Provo the great place it is. The discussion about tiers, maybe think back a few years to a band whose name was Tears for Fears, and you can make various modifications of that. And they had one album that I've modified. It was called Songs for a Nervous Provo. So anyway, continue on. This is the beginning of a discussion, and I think we'll end up where we need to. So thanks.
Thank you, Paul.
Hi,
Hi, my name is Rebecca, and my husband and I are homeowners here in Provo. We have two objections to the proposed water rates increase plan that's been suggested today. First, our first objection is that the initial increase schedule is pretty steep. Times, as I'm sure we all know, times are already tough between a tough job market, high inflation, and stagnant wages. And slowing the increase over time can ease the pain on homeowners who may already be struggling. Second, the tiered rates with penalties for the highest water users are concerning to us for a couple of reasons. We do recognize that increasing revenue and reducing the rush on the water system is important, but we believe that some land uses shouldn't be discouraged or penalized as a result. For example, we use our land to grow trees and native wildflowers, food, and other plants that can help support and contribute to the local ecosystems and help reduce carbon in our area. We think it's unfair to penalize similar land uses with higher water usage that in turn contribute and help benefit the environment. And we ask that the City Council potentially consider beneficial land use exceptions possibly in the tiered system. And further, we are worried that the penalties on the water usage incentivize letting yards just turn into weeds because water has become too unaffordable, especially if it requires a lot of water to keep the yard looking maintainable. And so for these reasons, we ask City Council to reconsider the water rates increase plan by, again, slowing the increase if possible and considering possible exceptions, including like a beneficial land use. Thanks.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Hello, Adam Shin. I live in the River Bottoms neighborhood. I appreciate that we're able to have this conversation about the water rates and about what's going on. It's definitely difficult when there's an issue that affects so many people, and it's hard to think of something like water that that doesn't affect all of us. And I think it's obviously a difficult situation to be in, to be dealing with, and the discrepancy between what people can afford and what it actually costs to keep up with stuff and keep up with our maintenance is kind of a tricky question, And something that I've been thinking about is like, are there ways that the city what can we do to help people out who are having a hard time with these rate increases, with some of the hard constraints that we're looking at with just the reality of maintaining the physical infrastructure? Are there other things we can do that might be able to help people out, One concern I've seen online from some people is concerns about fees or being fined for letting their lawn, go dry. And I think, if we're going to raise water rates, it would definitely help to kind of, reevaluate that as well and say, hey, are we making sure that we're not punishing people if we're doing xeriscaping or that kind of low water usage stuff, right? Another thing I'd be curious to dig into a bit is that the state of Utah currently has a water conservation program that actually helps taxpayers out where that you get a rebate for removing grass from your lawn. So if you don't want to have grass and you want to have a low water usage lawn, you can actually get, they say on the website, up to $3 per square foot of grass if you're willing to remove it from the state. This is funding that's available, but Provo is not currently participating in that WaterWise program. As I understand it, it would mostly mean low water standards for new construction, less grass in the front yard, that kind of thing, less disruptive for existing residents, and we could access hopefully some of that state money. Bring down water usage in the peaks, reduces the cost for everybody, as we've heard. So, just a couple of thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
Last time in the evening. Matt Wheelwright again, District 1, we'll see. I just wanted to show my math prowess.
Matt, go ahead and state your name again, Matt.
Matt Wheelwright. And I agree with everything, and I see where we're going, and we need to do it. I totally agree with everything. But saying that we're having a 12% increase and stopping there and saying that's $6 for the average user is grossly misleading. Because as we get to 2033, we've gone up 84%, if my math is right, and that's crazy. Either the city fell asleep and we're behind, right? Or we got to get creative and solve it another way. Last week, our wonderful mayor spent a lot of time talking about all these grant things and things that we've been able to get. It's time to put this on that list because that's just not fair to people who can't make it work. The 12%, okay, do it. But don't do the next 9 years that gets us up 84%. So that's my point. Thanks.
Thank you, Matt.
Sharon Mamet, I am going to ask for 3 minutes because I am on the board and I have talked to several neighbors about this and I've come to represent them. Because this hit them kind of last minute and didn't feel like they could be represented. Matt's pointed out that the overall 7 years, 84%. If I told you the cost of your car was going to go up 84%, you'd buy it now, right? You wouldn't take that loan. This is compound interest at its finest, people. So I'm going to start with my conclusion. At least please continue this. Consider putting the calculator on the open city hall so that neighbors can give more input, possibly expanding to allow the 1-inch people to look at what their actual increase would be, the 2-year, or maybe consider just your 2 years. Consider only approving a 1 or 2 year increase at a time and revisiting it every couple of years with a suggested possible plan in place instead of an automatic compounding interest over 8 years. It's a bit much to just kind of spring on your neck, City Council. So I have a neighbor who came to me, whose bill we looked at. I fall in what you're calling the average, but even doing the math, I came up with two completely different numbers, whether it was $50 for 1 year's increase, compound that to 84%, or $75 to $80 for my 1 year's increase. And as I, again, tried to do the math, and I wasn't in your discussions, but I did try to listen to them. If we compare 117 to 146, that's the increase that sort of follows the first tier or your winter rate. That's 24% increase, and that doesn't include the 10% increase that you put on the base rate. And that's just my 3/4 inch 10% increase. We all benefit from the larger capacity in the long run, so I don't think it's fair to charge the larger users, especially because some of those larger users, the same neighbor that came to me and said, my increase will be $80 a month. It will be several hundred over the course of 1 year. And part of that is because she's had her irrigation cut for no reason that she can find. And when she's asked to have it fixed, they just kind of blow her off. So let's get those irrigation lines back where they should be so that we aren't using, that is our secondary water that we already have going in Provo. I just feel like we haven't had the input you mentioned in work session, that maybe it's time to let the neighbors, now that we have numbers to throw out, that we actually have got our attention and we maybe give us the chance to give more input. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Travis, you had someone gave you a note, Councilor Hoban, since they had to leave.
Yeah, somebody had to leave, go pick up their
public
kids.
Comment.
Yeah, so Kristen Rich from Grandview, the increases unfairly land on people with a larger family or larger lot. They have concern with, she has a concern with that. Our job wages cannot keep up with all the inflation and tax increases already happening. We already practice water conservation, and our water bill is already hard to pay. More creative solutions should be considered. For example, the hybrid Bermuda grass that the state approved in July. It can go 6 weeks without water. She lives on 0.23 acres. Those are the notes. I don't want to try to fill in the gaps for
That's
her.
fine. Thank you, Councilor Hoban, and tell Kristen thank you. Any other public comment? Online, we have a public comment. I'm sorry, who? James, can you go ahead and unmute your phone and make your public comment?
Yes, this is James Paxman. I live in the Grandview area. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
So on the meter size, just so you're kind of aware of what took place in the late, 1995 to 2000, the beginning of 2000s, when our area was being developed, due to low water pressure, most of us went to the 1-inch meter, independent of lot size. So please be aware of that. It may not have helped the water flow, but that was the hope at the time. I have probably about a 5,000 square foot footprint of grass that we water a month. My base rate's $28 a month, so it wasn't lining up with the charge that we saw a minute ago. And it's over $100 a month, during the peak, during the summertime right now. And so I do not like the tier concept. I like a fixed, if we must raise revenue, I think it should be across the board, with the base rate change. I'm curious also how the schools, parks, hospital, BYU kind of fit into this, as large users of the water system. I would really like to see it as a per door, in a complex, what that rate should be. And so that we're not moving away from single family homes and getting away from having lawns and fruit trees and things like that, which we have. I think that's really what makes Provo nice, and I'd hate for that to be a direction where we have to start removing what's left of that. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Thank you for your comment. Any other public comment? If not, we'll close public comment. This has been very helpful to hear and listen to your input and feedback. Both residents who have emailed us questions and those of you who have come here tonight to address this issue. One thing has been clear, especially through emails, is that we haven't been very thorough at establishing the need with our residents about maintaining this delivery system of water. There are things that we can do to better communicate with our residents about what needs to be done. I've heard several of you say tonight, I see the need, now I understand. That's really the first step that we need to take to getting out. And I'd like to see us do that through the district program as they meet over the next few weeks. And I liked comments that you made, Sharon's comment about putting the calculator on Open City Hall. Others made good comments about conservation programs. And while we're doing this, while we're communicating more directly with residents to help them see and work with them to understand options that we have, that we empower our Public Works Director, who has, in our earlier session, mentioned the possibility of sourcing other, looking for other sources that this can be met as well. Maybe that's combined with some kind of rate increase. So I would like to make a motion that we continue this discussion and take time to undertake an education program with our residents through the district program, through the Downtown Business Alliance program, and help people understand where we're coming from, many who are hearing this for the first time.
I would second.
And give, thank you, Craig, in advance for your second, and give our staff more time to help us uncover or discover other ways that we can combine a perhaps more modest rate increase with other sources. Craig, was that a second that you made then to my motion?
Yes, sir.
Council discussion? Councillor McKay.
A couple things. I'm happy you're going to do that. I was going to continue it if no one else did. A couple things to the residents that spoke. Number one, I think Angie mentioned culinary water. For us to do culinary water, correct me if I'm wrong, gray water, we would need to repipe the entire city completely. I mean, it's like astronomical. It's not even an option. Unless Martians came and did it or something. But so that's not even a possibility. Number two, about the conservation, Adam Shin mentioned that we don't do the state. We spent considerable time talking about that last year, maybe 2 years ago. But the state made a one option for every city in the state. Every city in the state's a little different. Southern Utah, Northern Utah, were different. And they made a one blanket situation. And some things in the state's incentives that we had to agree to were not good for our water supply and our water. I have a whole memo on it. I can email it to you if you want to email me. But, so we did our own system, and we did an incentive for, smart meters and different things that we do, and we do the Bermuda grass. So there are things that we offer at a city level that are all good for our water, the way our water flows. We don't get surface water, right? We're not like relying on Jordan Allen reservoirs. We do groundwater. And a lot of the things that the state had mandated with their program was not good for groundwater resources.
Thank you, Councilmember McKay. Councilor Bogdan.
Okay, Gordon, I'm going to pick on you again because I don't like to, either that or Shane Jones. I mean, would you rather punt the thing? 'Cause
If
I
it's
know
an easy
Shane is-
question, I'll do it. If it's hard, I'll sit right back down.
Shane, can you come up? Shane and I have had conversations like this before, so I know he knows my answers, but I don't want to put words in his mouth. Okay, so number one, I want to say about gray water is yes, Catrice, I've heard that for years, what she's been saying. The other thing is there's so many water rights that we release into the lake. And so some of those things, right? We cannot give up what we're already releasing into the lake, right? Because it's somebody else's water. Irrigation. I know you and I have talked about irrigation a lot. So why has irrigation been shut off to certain parts of the city?
Let me answer that a little bit politically.
Okay.
Irrigation, the city, why we have shares in irrigation companies, we don't necessarily run them. Those are done independent outside the city. And there are some irrigation systems still functioning in the city, two lots, but individual users would need to go to their irrigation company to find out why they lost their rights or don't have those rights. So it's not the city cutting people off, it's them selling the rights or not having the rights, or they were leasing the rights are up. There's probably only 1,000 ways you could lose that, but the city isn't dictating to irrigation companies to quit servicing individuals.
Okay, so like in my case in Lakewood, where they didn't have very many users, and so I've been told that just probably wasn't worth the cost, and so then if you have more users, it's worth the cost.
Yeah, so if you have just a few users on a line, that user is paying the full cost of maintenance, all those properties, where before you had a farmer and every time it crossed their property, they had to maintain that ditch, they had to maintain that line, and so it was cost effective. But if you put the burden of one or two users to maintain a whole ditch going clear back to where the source of the water, it ends up, the liability alone becomes overwhelming for a single user to be functional in a city setting. And this is historic through Salt Lake County, Weaver County, Utah County, Davis County. They lose them as a result of these things happening.
And so for a few people just to come back and say, hey, we want this irrigation water, that's probably not going to happen, right?
Yeah, we have, like I said, we have some shares. We own some shares, and in fact, Shane is our representative on most of those boards that we have shares in. So he could talk to specific examples. I'm talking extreme high-level general. We're not out dictating anything to irrigation companies. I don't know.
Thanks, Shane and Gordon. The other question I wanted to ask is, it was brought up that it's $1,500 to put backflow meters on. I've never been approached about a backflow meter on my property, so I'm very confused on what she's even talking about.
So she brings up a very valid point. It's a kind of an unfunded mandate. We're required by the state to have backflow preventers on every meter we have in the city, state law. So the city council, we've passed an ordinance, and we're going out, and every new development that comes in, the developer is required to put a backflow preventer on. We're starting with businesses. We're doing this softly. If people do remodels, if we note there's a problem with contamination, we start working with those. But by mandate, we're supposed to have every resident in the city in a backflow preventer situation. And we're doing this, but it's not an aggressive thing. So if you hear of a case where it's aggressive, there's probably some issues associated with it. So if you come in for remodel or other kinds of things, we will catch you and get you doing that. But yes, it is a hard thing. It's great if it's right up front, but we're not excused not to do it. I don't know if that answered your question.
Thank you, Gordon.
Thank you, Gordon. Unless there's additional council discussion, I'll call for a motion. First, Councilor Hoban.
Don't worry, it's going to get continued, so I'm not going to go on pontificating here. But I did have one request. So I am just adamantly opposed to the high user tier because I think it punishes people unexpectedly. I don't think anybody expected to see, 75-year-old people, couples come in here on Social Security and talking about how their bill is going to increase, $700 or whatever, right? I don't think anybody expected that. So, but my point is it does do that. And I know that, if you look at the high user tier, it's only, what was it, $26 a month increase. But that doesn't take into consideration the small percentage of people, and I'll granted it's small, so I'm not blaming you, Keith, but there are people who this is just going to absolutely devastate their budgets. And so it's a reality we have to deal with. So I would like to make a substitute motion that we continue it, but that we continue it with the high user rate removed. And here's, for those who are looking to continue this and have clear messaging and educate and inform, I can just tell you that the 2,251 people that are on that list of high users you're going to hear more from them, right? We've had one on the news, and I made a social media post about one, but I think you're going to hear from a lot more. And so the messaging it's going to get very hard to get a message across of like, hey, this is moderate for most people, when you still have that messaging out there that people are significantly impacted and devastated by it. And I think we're going to hear more and more from them over the next weeks or months, however long we postpone this. So I would make a motion that for the overall good of this initiative in general by the city and the city council, that we remove the high user rate.
Thank you, Councilor Hoban. Is there a second on Councilor Hoban's substitute motion? Seeing none, I'll call Councilor McKay.
I want to rework this more, I want to get rid of the high tier, but there's more that we need to that's at the least of that's just one thing out of many things we need to do. So I don't know how to address this by just saying we're going to do this one thing. The whole thing needs to be looked at. So I don't see, I don't know what that does per se, just by saying we're taking there's more needs to be done than that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't saying that additional changes wouldn't be made, but for me, unilaterally, I'm opposed to the high user rate. And so I would like to see that go away. And then we can focus on the changes that, from my perspective, there might be some practical changes that we can make. But to me, that one just needs to go altogether. And then we focus on how we're going to approach the rest. So clearly, I don't have the support. So it's fine.
Well, it feels kind of early to me as well to begin talking in that level of detail. I'll call for a vote on the original motion.
Can I ask one quick question on the motion?
Yes, Gordon.
So I think this is the right approach. And what we want to do is communicate clearly to the public what we're trying to do. So if the issue is just the system, if the issue is rates, and so what I'm thinking is I don't want to, it's good that we've had this discussion because there's a lot of clarity that's shown up here and certainly a lot of questions we have from the public that are giving us some clarity. So I'm thinking continuing is a good motion, but at some point we probably need to have a further discussion of what we're really communicating, because we don't want to overstep where the council's at or oversell where you're not there yet. So just think that through. Continuing's fine, but at some point we'll want to be on clearly the same page as the council of what you're asking us to do. That's all.
That's good guidance, Gordon. Thank you. And we'll work with our staff to help craft those messages. Is there any additional discussion on the motion to continue?
Yeah.
Counselor Handley.
Yeah, I just, maybe this is in response to Gordon's request. If it were 7:30 at night, I think we would continue having this discussion because there's a lot to sort through, and I think we would get more clarity that Gordon's asking for, because I do think that's pretty necessary. The tier question is central to the whole issue. I mean, if we have a majority support for tiers, then that's the message we need to get out to the city. I thought we did. We voted on it twice now, and it's been a majority of the council agrees that the tier system is preferred. We don't have a unanimous vote on the council, certainly, but and then there's all these questions about the rates that have come up, which need to be sorted out. We just haven't had the time to talk through what the impact would be if we slowed it down, if we, even the first year, if we said 10% instead of 12 or whatever it would be. We don't have any calculations to have responsible estimates as to what that's going to cost the city over the long term, what that's going to cost the average water user in the city, and so on. So these are big, big questions that I wish we had more time to do right now. So my feeling is all we're really doing is continuing this item so we can have this discussion at a later meeting, because it's 9:30. So I'd like to have this discussion in 2 weeks, and I don't think we have the clarity on those issues that Gordon needs at this point until we have that discussion. That's my sense, is that we sort of need to debate it, and then we need to vote definitively on anything we can agree to at that point. And maybe what we agree to is that we're tentatively proposing 3 tiers with this rate increase, and then but we agree that we need to go to the public for a period of 6 weeks to do education and then come back and ratify it or something like that. But I feel like we haven't even had the debates yet to really clarify where the council stands, and it's hard to tell Gordon what he needs to know right now. So my sense is we should just continue it, but we're not specifically asking anything quite yet of the staff. That's my feeling.
Thank you, Councillor Handley. Councillor Bogdan.
So where I feel like I'm at, this information's already out there. You know, whether we go with this 12% increase of revenue or not, it's out there. The calculators are done, they're out there. I really want to see how this 3-tier and how this recommended increase affects the businesses. We've heard a lot from residential, and I'm sure we'll hear more from residential. But I wouldn't mind this going out there and having that feedback, and then turning around and saying, okay, you know, a majority of the people are really feeling that this is really crunchy. Maybe we can look at something else. But until I get that feedback, it's just hypothetical, and then I'm sticking out another number with, you know, maybe the same response. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Councillor Hoban. I'll call for a vote now. Councillor Rachel?
Yeah, I just wanted to note that we've had 8 work meetings on this subject since mid-2023. So we've been working through it. I will say that we have gotten new information before this work meeting. And part of the reason for that is it took the council a long time to both first adopt the master plan, where we acknowledged the $80 million shortfall, and then to narrow down what we wanted Public Works to come back to us with, looking at the tiers, looking at proposed rate increases. Because before, we were throwing out so many different scenarios that it was impossible for them to generate the numbers in all of those scenarios. So at our last meeting, we said, okay, let's look at this chart that you've given us, the 12%, then the 876, and with the 3 rates. Once we had that kind of clarification for them, then they were able to start running the numbers on the different size water meters getting us information for the commercial properties, the non-residential ones. So I think if we had been faster at honing down on our direction, they would have given us those things earlier. Now we've got that, and now I think it is appropriate to take some time to digest that new information that we finally have given them the instruction that they could give it to us. So I'm glad that we have the opportunity to sit with that. But these are conversations that we've been working on for over a year. It's not new. We're not trying to sneak it in and surprise anyone with a rate change. So I encourage everyone to pay attention to what we've got on our work meeting schedule. I know Sharon's fantastic about doing that. And if you are one of those people who is good at following it, be sure that you talk to your neighbors about it, because we don't like it when we get to this point in the process and we get flooded with calls from our citizens who are like, what? This is out of the blue. How could you possibly do this? We've been talking about this for over a year and a half. And we do want you to be involved. We do want to hear, because your information helps us make better decisions. So I don't really like that we're delaying it again after a year and a half, but I recognize why that's probably the best course of action for right now.
Thank you, Councillor Whipple. Councillor
I'm not
Hoban.
making a comment, just a question. So are we pinpointing a date to bring this back, or are we leaving it to chair discretion?
There was no date in the motion. The motion was
Okay.
to continue. And so that will need to be taken to council leadership with input from the council. I'll call for a vote then on this motion. Councillor Christensen?
Yes.
Councillor Garrett, yes. Councillor Handley?
Yes.
Councillor Hoban?
Yes.
Councillor McKay?
Yes.
Councillor Whipple?
Yeah, I'm a reluctant yes on this one.
And Councillor Bogdan?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. Thank you again to all of you for coming tonight and sharing with us your input and feedback on this important item. If there's no objection, we'll now adjourn the Municipal Council meeting by unanimous consent.
Thanks, everyone.